Good morning, everyone. Hey, hey, hey. Good morning, JB.
Good morning.
So, we would have been in a few minutes ago, but we got to chit chatting, and JB came in with some juicy gossip this morning. Uh,
Yes.
so, we'll talk about that here whenever you want. Let me go through the chat though
Yeah.
and say hey to people first. Hey Lee. Looks like there's just a couple of people here. Got Lee come in and drop the buffet here, took out the recycles and all that jazz. Thank you, Lee. Thank you. I'm gonna grab my cup of coffee and a bagel.
I gotta get the coffee. Coffee,
Mm-hmm.
coffee, coffee.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning. Did you add gummies to the snacks?
Mm.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry, Lee. He said Google Docs deleted the menus, so now he has to start from scratch. Mm,
Mm.
that's a pain in the butt, right?
It is. A big old pain in keister.
Um, la la la
Well,
la.
Elizabeth is here this morning.
Elizabeth. QB says add bacon, Lee.
Morning, Margaret.
Hey, Margaret. Good morning. All right. So tell us about this now before we get into this juicy gossip.
Yes.
While she's telling the juicy gossip, I'm going to run over and get our live stream. But the juicy gossip is just that. It's gossip, right? We don't.
Yes. Yes.
I mean,
This is not confirmed
okay.
statements. This is all alleged, except for one. One of it is true. Uh, that was stated. That's how I find out about it. But anyways, two other things. Yes, they are alleged. It's nothing is confirmed. We don't have any documentation on it. It's just what's rumored. So, but do you want me to go ahead
Mm-hmm.
while you do what
Yeah.
you? Okay. So first, the one that we do know for a fact was regarding Adam Montgomery's trial and the jury. So when the jury went to go get to deliberate, the one thing they did not receive was the jury form. So that could have played a part in why we did not get a verdict yesterday.
Wonder why they didn't get the jury forms. Did they just not have them ready, or
I don't know, but that's
what?
like a massive, like, are you kidding me? That's like
Right.
the thing you give the jury for them to deliberate and come back with their decision.
I know. I know.
that's
It's super
that's
weird.
that's the big thing. I have no idea why in the world they missed that, but they missed it. I don't know. I think Elaine has something to do with it, but
Let's blame it on Elaine.
yeah, let's blame it on Elaine. So now my other info I got. This is again alleged rumors. Supposedly this happened. It's not been confirmed. 2 days ago, Adam was in general. Adam Montgomery was in general population, and he got some jail justice.
He got
He
some
was a
jail justice. Ooh.
jail justice. Allegedly, he was beaten up in his pod and now is in the medical pod at the facility he is at.
Mm,
So
well,
that's that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not about violence. Violence is not my jam. Like, I don't
Right.
like it, right? But
Right.
if anybody deserves a good, you know,
Mm-hmm.
a good thumping, uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, he's one. Now, my other info I got that is also alleged is that our little dude down in Texas, Mr. Stephen McDoodle, however you say his name, the fella down there with
Mhm.
the Audrey Cunningham case. Um, he allegedly fell off a bunk yesterday and was transported to the hospital. Now,
Hmm.
from what I understand, you don't go to the hospital unless it's pretty significant injuries in the jail
Mhm.
system.
Mhm.
So it might be allegedly, quote unquote, falling off of the bed, but we'll see. So he had to get transported to the hospital
Yeah, so
yesterday.
I'm not positive about that one. I'm going to question that one. If he did get supposedly jumped, allegedly jumped, then I would assume, or I would think that it would
Mm.
be from someone other than an inmate because
Yeah, he's supposed to be
he's
like in
supposed
a
to be in
PC pod.
solitary. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's supposed to be in like solitary or whatever. So, and
they call it like,
according to the police, they or to the a report that they had yesterday, they said that I think they came out with a statement that actually said that he has not been in any
yeah, he's been in protective custody PC pods.
mhm.
That's what I've been hearing. But this was also heard via scanner that he was being transported to the hospital. So, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So that's my juicy
There you
gossip.
go. There you go.
Yes, that's my juicy gossip I got this morning, y'all. Hey, look, I come on here just to give goosey gossip right first thing in the morning. Here in a little bit, I am gonna have to play short order cook and fix Dad breakfast. But I had to come home and tell you guys what I found out. I was like, I got to tell the people.
She was itching. She was like, what do they say, chewing at the bit? She
I'm
was like,
telling you.
man, she was ready to go. Oh, and
What
I
was
was
it
like,
like
"Well, it
8:30? I
must be
messaged you.
good." Yeah. She's like, "The flag's moving. The flag's moving already, and I got stuff. I got gossip. I got gossip."
I did.
Oh my
Who all
goodness.
has come in already? Let's see here.
I'm
It
still
was
trying to figure out how to share this thing.
uh, okay. Oh,
Chomping at the bit. That's it.
chomping at the bit. Yep. Good morning, Gail. Good morning, QB. Good morning, Dawn. Let's see if we missed anybody else. Trying to scroll through the chat. Mickey Joe. Good morning, Mickey Joe.
Morning, Mickey Joe, Mickey Jor. Do you know why we call her Mickey Jor?
No, other than something with Abigail, I think. I don't know.
So, Grace, being from Australia, when
Mm-hmm.
she says, you know how Australians, we always talk about how Australians, when they say certain words like no,
Yes.
it'll have like, sounds like an R on the end of it, like nor,
Yeah.
nor. Well, we make fun of Grace for that, right? She says she don't do it, that Grace don't have that little R, but we say she does. So whenever Grace was here for the summer and Abigail was here with me and her, Grace, all three, um, we started saying or nor, like oh no, or nor. Well, then it turned into or nor because Mickey's name is Bicky Joe.
Right.
And so we started saying, or Abigail started saying, "Oh no, Mickey Jor," and it just kind of stuck.
That's
So,
cute, though. That's funny. That's so funny. That's cute. It's a
mm,
cute funny. You know what I mean? So, yes, yes. Now I know.
now you
Now I
know.
know. Oh, yeah, it's still
Mm,
just the flag and the eagle. I got it going over here on the other device.
hmm. Yeah.
Y'all know me by now. I've got multiple screens, multiple
Hmm.
devices, trying to keep up on everything.
Let me go back up and say hey to the people that I missed.
Yes, yes, yes. We've had quite a few come in.
Oh, hey, Gail. Deliberation 101 jury form, right?
Right?
Yeah, good morning, Gail. Good morning, Dawn. Beat down. All right. Yeah, I know. QB, that's just it. They don't like child killers in the jailhouse. They do
Oh, no,
not.
they don't.
So Elizabeth's like, haha, fell off a bunk. Okay.
Right?
No, Jenny, he didn't jump off the bunk. He fell off. Mm. Ah, Mickey, she
Aw.
kills me. Morning. Hi to one and all. No name dropping because I'll miss someone. Love y'all. And once again, thanks for being kind and supporting my baby sister. I'm here even if I'm quiet. Me quiet? Crazy. I know. I love you, Mickey Jor.
So sweet.
Why do you enjoy washing your crockpot dish? I don't understand. What is up with that? What is up with that?
Right? Good morning, Steph, by the way. I know we all
Mm.
been chatting, but hi.
Hi.
Morning.
Mm. I'm waiting to see why this is the first time she's enjoyed washing her crockpot dish by
I
hand.
know.
I
I'm
don't
curious about that too.
understand. I don't understand. Let me go over here and put up the verdict watch banner.
Mm-hmm. I'll
Verdict
keep an eye out.
watch.
There we go.
Um.
So I
So
believe
yeah.
they started this stream at 9 for y'all. 9 a.m. I
Mhm.
think. Maybe beforehand. I'm not 100%. No, it was beforehand because I was texting y'all.
Mm.
So I don't know what time the jury started to deliberate. And I cannot find a timer anywhere.
Yeah, I couldn't find one either. Sometimes they will put it like on the screen, and other times they'll put it as like a pinned comment, like not like a timer, but it'll say deliberation time 5 hours 10 minutes, deliberation
Yeah.
time 5 hours 30 minutes. They kind of
Mm-hmm.
like go in increments, so I think it
Yep.
just depends. But
Uh,
do you know what I want to do though today while we're
what's
waiting?
what's
I think that we should rewatch uh or the assistant attorney general's closing yesterday. I could totally
yes.
I could totally listen to that again.
Yes. How about anybody else in chat? Yeah, what y'all think? I think we should. That was so dang good. Margaret says yes.
Mm. I know, right, Lee?
Yes.
Lee's like, I'm here just because I want to show support, and we love that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I would oh yeah, QB's like fire. It was so good. He came in so hot. Like here,
Mhm.
we've always been like, dude, speak up. You
Can't
don't
hear
talk loud enough. We can't hear you.
you. Yep. And then next thing you know,
Boom.
boom, right in your face. By the way, QB, I hope you're feeling better today.
Yeah, me too. Oh, Gail
Yes.
says yeah, because she was on the phone for part of it. Well, see, there you go.
Oh, see, look.
Oh, Dawn says we love Jenny. Dawn, I love you.
Mhm,
I do.
mhm.
I'm putting chapstick on my lips.
Oh, you're good. I'm gonna have to find mine too because mine's bugging me. Y'all, it's supposed to be almost 80 degrees here today.
It's warm here today. It's warm. I went to take kiddo out to the bus, and
Mm-hmm.
Bill was leaving this morning at work at 5:30. I was like, shoot, it is like warm out there this morning.
Mm-hmm.
QB, what?
Huh, what's the first one? Up,
I,
all loud. What?
I don't know.
Tanks. I love that word. Tanks. Ever since I was watching a short about caregivers, and there was one guy who took care of his grandmother,
Hmm.
and he would give her a drink of water and then say, "Thank you" or "Thanks."
Mm,
So
I don't
those
know.
people.
I just have like I have like, I, it's weird. And some people don't like know how to take it, but like like if I say I miss you, I'll put
Mm-hmm.
like MISHU.
Yeah.
Or and sometimes instead of saying thanks, like I do this to Abigail all the time. She'll do something and I'll send her a message and I'll be like, "Shanks," or "Thanks." Like saying thanks, but it'll be FANKS or SHANKS.
Oh, oh. Steph asked why if we saw her response. I did, Steph. She said because she got to hear about Adam and Steven getting hurt.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I put it up on the screen, I think.
Mm.
She's talking about the start of the closing. Oh, I effed up all loud because that's what he was screaming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because he comes in and he's like, first of all, if you're gonna quote somebody, make sure you do it right.
Yeah, right. Very, very true.
It was good. It was so good.
Mm.
Oh my goodness, Lee's like, I don't know how people can be in a good mood first thing in the morning. Mm, I'm not
I was.
usually.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say I'm not usually. But mm-mm.
I even overslept this morning. So I was like dragging butt until I heard some rumors, and I was like, "Oh, I got to tell my people." It like switched my whole mood around. I got to tell my people.
Lee, that I have an uncle who does that. He wakes up singing every morning, and that's how he
Mm.
used to wake his kids up to get them up for school. And we would always be like, "Oh my god, shut up. Stop singing. It's not even daylight yet. Shut up. Shut up, shut up." Right, and talking about stuff your parents teach you. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We share. You go first, then I go first. It was good. It was really good.
It was. It was.
And I remember saying something yesterday about how it was like with his, it was just like you could feel that he like a 100% believed the words that were coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
And with Elaine or Caroline, whatever her actual name is, because we all call her
Caroline.
Elaine, right? She just, it just felt not
It,
genuine and forced.
it was way too coded. I say
Mhm.
coded as in like too much elaborance on certain things to where it's redundant. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's how I was viewing it. So I was like, I was fighting hard. I'm telling you, I love watching court cases, but her closing, I literally was fighting my butt off on not nodding out
Mhm.
because I was fighting them hard. My head was just a bobbing. I felt like, a little baby in a high chair, when
Mhm.
they done got their belly full and they sleepy. Mm,
And their heads
yeah.
just bobbing up
And
and
just a
down.
bobbing. Just a bobbing. Yep. That's how I was during her closing. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm literally sitting here going like this. I'm literally sitting here going
Yeah. Yeah.
as we were talking about that, I
Yep.
was, like, mimicking that, you know? But,
Well,
yeah.
I'm just trying to give y'all a picture of how JB was. JB was struggling, and I like watching this stuff.
Mm. The
Let's
whole
see.
tone changed in that courtroom. Yeah, it did. Well, you said even stuff yourself. You were like, "I'm struggling to stay awake," and then you said it was like him coming in hot, like that was a somebody threw cold water in your face. Like, woof,
Mm-hmm.
that woke me up. Yeah, she was. Lee through the whole thing, repeat, repeat, repeat. She was very repetitive.
Very much so. Very much so.
Mhm. My goodness. All right, I'm gonna oh, let's see. Let's go over. Let me open up a new tab and we will watch that again from yesterday. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it was just so good. So good.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I am gonna have to mute for a little bit. Like I said, I do have to place your order cook for my dad here in just a few.
Oh,
So
that's fine. Don't worry about it.
okay,
Don't
I'll
worry
have
about that.
y'all on my phone, and then I got the trial on my tablet, so
Okay.
I'll be able to lippy flop. So
Flippy flop.
yep. Do you want me to get to stay up or drop down on the StreamYard?
It doesn't matter to me. Whatever you want to do is fine.
Okay. I'll just mute. That way we don't have to worry about reconnecting and all that jazz.
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good.
I'm gonna go. I'm
Oh,
gonna go ahead and do that now. So I'll be back.
alrighty.
All right.
Okay. Make this one bigger, and then I'm gonna scroll to find uh so what we're gonna do is go back and rewatch um okay, there's Elaine. Okay, here we go. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back, in case you're just coming in, we're gonna go back and rewatch the prosecution's closing arguments from yesterday in the Adam Montgomery trial. So, uh, some people missed bits and parts of it. Other people are just like, that was so awesome. I want to hear it again. So, we're just going to listen to it again uh, and appreciate his, what's the word I want to use? His energy, his like, just everything about it was amazing. Oh, yes, Gail. That comment right there. I was about to lose it if she said baby girl one more time. Oh my God, I know. Um, oh, Don missed it. Don missed his closing. Okay, well, good. I'm glad you'll be able to catch it because it is so good. It's so good. Um, QB says, I loved what he said about Kayla. You don't have to like her, but that doesn't mean she lied, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Be ready for loud voice and cursing. Yeah, exactly. Um, Lee had to stop listening to her altogether, right? So he comes in hot and he's going to be loud, he's going to be angry, and there's going to be lots of cursing, but it's not him cursing as much as it is him um quoting Adam and things that Adam said, okay? So just keep that in mind. Trigger warning, language, all the things. But we are still on verdict watch. So JB's got that up on the screen on her own device. So if we're in the middle of watching this and something happens, I'm sure she'll give me a yell, but I'll try to keep my eye out on it too. Okay, so let's go ahead and watch this and enjoy. Absolutely, Dawn. Absolutely.
Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Ween baby. I see you coming in. While we're waiting for the verdict this morning, we are go Steph. Oh, Ween baby, you're gonna love this because we're currently starting the prosecution's closing from yesterday. We're gonna watch it again while we wait because why not, right? So you're coming in just in time because he's just getting to the podium. So enjoy.
Good morning again, everyone. I want to thank you very much for the time that you have spent in this case, for a journey that we told you back before we took the view was going to be a journey that you weren't going to forget. It has been a long couple of weeks. You have been incredibly attentive, and we are very, very appreciative of that. One of the things you heard just a moment ago from Attorney Smith was that she doesn't get the opportunity to come back up here and talk again. That's true. It's called taking turns. It's something that parents teach children. At the beginning, state has to go first, defendant has to go second. At the closings, defendant has to go first, state has to go second. Something very simple that parents teach children. One of the other things that they should teach is if you're going to quote the defendant, if you're going to quote a witness, you have to make sure that you're accurate. So I'll apologize in advance, but let's quote people accurately. I fucked up. Again and again and again. I fucked up. I fucked up. That's what the defendant, his language that he used when he told Travis Beach at the night he got the U-Haul, the night that he disappeared Harmony's body, to whatever place it is now, where he knows it is right now to this day, his words, I fucked up. Not she, not we, not Kayla. I fucked up. Singular, personal, solo. That's the defendant's words. Defense counsel got up here in openings and said that you'd hear evidence that Adam Montgomery was out in the middle of the night doing his business when something happened and Harmony died. If that were so, the defendant never would have told Travis Beach, I fucked up. Adam Montgomery was no loving, caring parent, but an enraged tyrant who had no business being around young Harmony. So together, let's look at the actual evidence, the actual quotes of what you saw and heard as we look at all of the charges that you're going to deliberate on that encapsulate what the defendant did do and talk about the evidence that you've seen tells you what he committed. And we'll start first with what the defendant's telling you in opening arguments. And now that you can and should find him guilty of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence. Let's set that as the baseline. Let's start there. Let's see what that actually means before we look at how he committed each one of the crimes charged, not just the ones that he feels are going to distract you from the rest of the nightmare that he's responsible for. Who carried Harmony's body away from the broken down car in the duffel bag, hid her outside of Colonial Village while they stayed in Anthony Badero's blue Audi for 2 nights, put Harmony under a ramp and then in a van, and then in this cooler for weeks at Christina Lubin's house, into the CMC bag, into the walk-in cooler at Portland Pie Company, in the fridge, in the freezer, defrosted her in the shower, consolidated her body yet again, brought her to the Econo Lodge, tricked his friend into renting him the U-Haul, and then dumped her body somewhere, all to make sure that the evidence that could have been brought before you that shows that he's responsible for having murdered her would never be found. And he says you can and should find him guilty of those 2 crimes, of abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence for this. He doesn't dispute this. The defense said all of that in their openings, that the defendant did both of these 2 bolded things. Since day 2 of this trial, opening arguments, you should then consider not only all of the testimony, but also all of the corroborating testimony about all of those charges, those 2, falsifying physical and abuse of a corpse, to be true. So let's make it very, very painfully clear from the indictments that you're going to be considering for falsifying physical evidence and abuse of a corpse, making this Harmony fit into this and disappearing her body in the condition that it could not be found for a trial like this one. The evidence was there, and the defendant's counsel professed to you that he's not disputing that, not saying he didn't commit these crimes. So you can check these 2 off the list. And with that, you got to remember the defendant gets no credit for this. He says that you can and should find him guilty of these, but he's not taking responsibility for them. He hasn't admitted anything. He's not taking responsibility for anything that he did. His argument to you is not because he's taking responsibility. It's tactical. He admits what he can't deny. And he denies what he can't afford to admit. He cannot deny each and every single one of these facts that were presented to you. That she died on the 7th, that he brought her in a duffel bag to Colonial Village, stored her under a deck, into a red cooler, in the closet it fit, in the ceiling it built. It's her blood in the ceiling at the Fit Shelter at 177 Lake Ave. And his fingerprints in the ceiling. Remember? Left-handed prints in the ceiling. The only other person being poor Mr. Mondrag, the drywall installer. Into the CMC bag to the Portland Pie Company. Over to Union Street, consolidating her body even more, bringing her to the Econo Lodge, tricking Travis Beach, and dumping her body so it wouldn't be found. The argument that the defendant is making, he had to make. His concessions don't mean he's taken responsibility for these crimes. It doesn't mean that he's a man of principle or restraint, nor does it give his argument any credibility that because I concede all of this, well, the rest of it must not be true. The whole thing's true. And he's taken responsibility for none of this. So again, baseline, first things first, before we move on, these two charges and the charges that his counsel argued can and should find him guilty of, they're there. That's done. And that's the tip of the iceberg. It's all of the charges, every single one of them has been proven by evidence, not emotion, beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the man who did all of these things. And that's because you saw the evidence. You went on The View. You saw witnesses take this stand and put themselves before you, and you looked them in the eye. And the same common sense that you use every day to tell whether somebody is feeding you a lion, a bull, or not, you used with those witnesses. And because of that, you know that this is true. Because you heard from people like Kevin Montgomery, Nick Ahern, Katie Moran, all talking about the defendant telling them in July about the worst thing he had ever done up until that point. You heard from Kayla, 2 days from Kayla, and all of the other witnesses that corroborate her, how he beat Harmony, this 35-pound child. Remember, Nurse Travers told you that she was measured just back in June before the July incident occurred. 35 pounds, 5 years old, 35 pounds. And you heard from all those witnesses, especially Kayla, about why he beat Harmony to death, when he beat Harmony, and how he beat Harmony. And you vetted what she had to say. And you saw the rest of the injuries that he incurred, and all of that was corroborated by the other evidence presented. Corroborated in ways that we'll explore that the witness never could have possibly known there was other evidence out there that supported them. Not when the defendant started telling investigators what happened and how the defendant beat the life out of Harmony. And then beat and manipulated and controlled Kayla afterwards to make sure that she stuck to the story so he would not be held accountable and the evidence of his crimes would not be found. So when he says that you can find him guilty of these, understand that these two are but a part of the whole of his criminality, of how he murdered Harmony as well. When he said this to Travis Beach, it wasn't for part of that. It was for the whole of taking Harmony's life and beyond. Don't forget what he's saying that you ought to convict him on as well. That the falsifying physical evidence and that the abuse of corpse are unto themselves evidence of the crime of murder. He's a murderer. That's getting rid of evidence. That's what murderers do. They get rid of evidence that would show others what they've done. They think, no body, no evidence, no conviction. They silence witnesses into staying silent or even perjuring themselves so that the witnesses don't tell others what the murderer did. Because murderers don't want to be held accountable for their actions. Murderers want to get rid of the evidence. They don't mind abusing the body so that the evidence of how their victim was murdered can never be found or used against them. They clean bathrooms with ammonia after they get rid of the evidence, like this defendant did. They clean out the plumbing lines, like this defendant wanted to do. They desecrate and hide the dead so that the body cannot tell the story of how they died to the living. That's what murderers do. That's what the defendant did, because he's a murderer too. Now, let's really start now. Let's start and talk about what he did first to Harmony. Excuse me. Let's talk about what happened in June. Let's talk about the second-degree assault. You will likely never forget Kevin Montgomery's testimony as he was sitting up here, taking his time to thoroughly make sure he answered truthfully and recalled to the best of his recollection. And you are never going to forget how he described Harmony's face when he flew home from Florida, having been there in July, come back on the 22nd, to see Harmony in the house in the kitchen. And we saw him relive that moment for us, admitting that he asked her, quote, "Oh my God, Harmony," or "Oh my fucking God, Harmony, what did you do to your face?" End quote. And how he told us Adam answered the question. Not Harmony. Adam did. She didn't do anything. I bashed her around the fucking house. That's not disciplining a child. That's not pulling her away or jerking her and not protecting someone else. If it had been, the defendant never would have said this when Kevin asked Harmony what happened, would he? Kevin Montgomery told you he was subpoenaed to be here. He did not want to testify against his nephew. And you saw it on his face that he remembered what the defendant said he did. Not Harmony answering the question. The defendant answered it for her. And remember how Kevin said the defendant said this. Another moment, probably not going to forget. When I asked Kevin about how the defendant said he bashed her around the house, Kevin, you'll recall, said, quote, "like a cocky son of a bitch." Nick Ahern told us he saw that black eye and how bad it was. And what did the defendant do? Lied to him. Nick told us how the defendant told him that it was from an injury from playing soccer. Nick told you he only saw it for what? How many seconds? 4 seconds. Only saw it for 4 seconds. Saw how bad it was. He described it as being pretty intense, that it was concerning to him, and that the defendant let her be outside for all of 4 seconds before the defendant told her to get back inside. And what did Harmony do? She obeyed. Nick saw him walk Harmony right back through the front door and then shut it. And so why did Nick hide Harmony away that day? Because he couldn't let a 5-year-old outside on a summer day, could he? Not when her face showed the mark of the assault that he had delivered on her. Shows everyone in the neighborhood, along with Nick, evidence of what the defendant did to her. Katie Morin told us that the defendant used other words to describe that day and what he did, besides bashing her around the house. Did she say a jerk? Did she say a grab? Did she say a yank? She did not. The defendant told her it was, quote, "the worst thing I'd ever done," end quote. And that he had supposedly backhanded her. That tells you that the defendant knew how badly he beat Harmony that day in July, that the defendant called it to Katie Morin the worst thing that he had ever done. And the evidence from the multiple people who saw.
Okay, gotta stop and say, hey, Grinch, it's good to see you, buddy. How are you? We miss you when you're not here, man. When you pop in, everybody's like, Grinch. Hey, man, how are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, we like to see you pop in. I hope you're doing well.
I got to make a quick announcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Super quick.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if anybody's realized it or not, but our girl Jenny here has 200 subs.
Oh, do I really?
You have met the 200 sub mark, my dear.
Yay. Thank you. I was like at 198 or 199 last night or this morning. I didn't know it was already at the 200 mark. Yeah, yay.
Yay. So, yays for Jenny. She reached
Oh,
200.
Grinch says 201 now.
Oh.
Dude, if you wasn't already subscribed, I'm going to wear you out. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You
I'm
are.
totally.
It is now. It's 201.
Oh, that's so funny. That's funny. Thank you. Thank you, Grinch. I appreciate it. All right.
Sorry, I had to pass along that news too because I was looking real quick and I was like, she reached 200. Yay.
Yay. Thanks. You guys are awesome. Oh, Grinch has 3 accounts. Okay, that's right. Because I remember
Oh.
whenever you were when you would come in, um, the Grinch was always a different, but I just assumed you changed your name here and there and yonder, you know? But it was always something Grinch. But I like the way this name because when I say that or type that word, that's how I spell it. Dammit. That's how I spell it. Because that's how I say it when I say it.
Hi, Grinch, by the way.
JB, this is Grinch. Grinch, this is
Yes.
JB. I think I've introduced you two
Yeah.
before.
Yeah. We've encountered before.
Yes.
Hi, Abigail.
Good morning, Abigail. Dearest folk, she said. All right. When we get a verdict, may I be informed? I knew that that's what she was going to say. I think that we should just make you wait and watch. I think we should make you wait and watch. Hmm.
I don't think it's me very long, Abigail. I
Oh
really
my
don't.
gosh. Hey, Shay.
Hi, Shay.
I think this is the first time I've seen Shay over this way. Hey, girl.
Hey, I've watched Shay for a long time. I
Oh, yeah.
watched Shay as long as I watched Grace.
Hmm. Yes.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
Kat. Ooh,
Bill.
look.
Oh, no. Hey, we can say it in unison. Good morning, Kel. It's been a crap week, huh? Mm.
Mm. Hey, Jenny, do you want me to inform all the new ones of the rumors that I heard real quick?
Yes, 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 yes. Before you do,
Um,
though, before you
okay.
do, Grinch says 100K on an appeal lawyer, but they put a retainer down for him. We will see what happens. Okay. Well,
Mm, mm, mm.
we'll see. Keep us in the loop. Because if there is an appeal, we'll watch it.
Yeah, no joke. No joke. So,
All right.
for you, want me to go ahead real quick.
Yes, she's
All
got
right.
some juicy news.
I got juicy news, and I'm sorry for repeating it for everybody who's been here since the beginning of the live, but we've gotten more people in, and I want to let them know. Um, so the one thing that's a major thing with the Adam Montgomery case right now is yesterday the jury was not given the jury forms. Like, duh, they gotta have
Mhm.
that. So I suspect a verdict before lunch, possibly,
Mm.
because they weren't given the forms yesterday. Now they can have the forms and work through it, and yeah. So there's that one. Second thing is allegedly rumored, not factual that we know of. There, we have not seen anything to prove this. This is all hearsay. 2 days ago, Adam was in general population and was jumped. And he is now in the medical pod at the facility he's at. So he got some jailhouse justice,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. So there's that one. There is that one. And then the other one is the other case that we were doing yesterday. Allegedly, again, supposedly, this is rumor. The only thing that we know on this is it was heard on a scanner. Stephen McDougal, how do you say his last name?
McDougal.
Miss McDougal. Stephen McDougal allegedly fell off a bunk in his cell and had to go to be transported to the hospital. So,
Abigail's like, oh no, I am so sad.
yeah, yes, QB fell
Uh,
off, allegedly fell off.
mhm. Okay, Grinch. See you when you get back if you come back. If not, have a good day.
Yeah.
So yes, Abigail's very sad. So sad. Don't cry. I mean,
Hmm.
it'll be okay.
Yes.
And like QB said earlier in the chat, they don't like
Mm-mm. They
the
don't like people who hurt children. Mm-mm.
no, 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 no. So anyway, um, we'll get back to watching the rest of this dude's amazing.
Yeah.
QB's crying. Yeah, you're crying. You're crying, laughing is what you're doing,
It's
QB.
exactly what you're doing. She's laughing on so hard, them tears falling down.
Don said, I imagine he'll be falling off his bunk more often.
Yeah, I have a feeling too.
Yeah. Um, but oh, Shay, back to Shay. Shay, I'm glad that you're here. Um, I don't know if this is the first time that you've been over here, but I'm glad that you're here. And this is probably a little bit different for you compared to, what we normally chit chat about. But anyway,
Yeah.
trigger warning, Shay. That's his ugly stuff over this direction. So
Yeah. It can be triggering.
yeah, it can. It can. Um, but I'm gonna go ahead and hit the play button on this, and we will get back to this. We're keeping an eye out on the verdict watch.
Yes.
And this closing argument from the prosecutor is actually, um, you lurk all the time. Here you do. I didn't know that.
Is she a lurker over here?
Well, Shay lurks. Shay's the queen lurker, but I
Uh
didn't know if she
huh.
lurked over here or not.
Look, I used to lurk too, okay? You never saw me comment before. And nothing.
Mhm. Um, so I have what I was going to say is that this Ben Agati,
Yep.
this prosecutor's closing argument is from yesterday. So
Yes.
yeah, this is from yesterday. We're just watching it again because it was so good. It was
It
so
was
good.
fascinating.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go back to it.
Yes.
How bad this was, and who heard the defendant describe either inflicting it upon her or hiding her. Don't forget, we also have Demetrios Saros. When he first went to the house, was he able to see Harmony? He told you. Only from feet away, as the defendant was hurrying up and getting Harmony in the car and driving her out of there. And even a week later, when he finally does get to see Harmony, she still has a mark on her face. Finally, you've also got Kayla Montgomery, who told you she overheard the defendant's conversation with Kevin Montgomery and then confronted him because he told her it was from a lightsaber that one of the boys had been swinging around and Harmony got hit in the face. And she confronted him about it and said, "You said it was from a lightsaber." He said, "Yeah, no."
Hi, Summer Flowers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. She says, FYI, the police have released a statement stating McDougal was not injured in jail. He is still in solitary. Yeah, we talked about that earlier today or earlier this morning that I had heard that. Um, but there was also something picked up on a radio scanner. Um,
Yeah. But we also want to inform everybody this was allegedly. It wasn't factual. It was just something that was heard. So
yeah,
nothing we said was stating facts. We were just passing on what was allegedly heard. So
yeah. Um, I want to go back and listen or read that statement again because I did hear that statement last night. Um, and I can't remember what it said verbatim. We might go look that up and see if we can mention that. But I don't know if Do they know what time this happened? The actual like radio call and his transport to the hospital?
I haven't heard that one, but I'm on it right now.
And the only reason I ask is because could it have potentially, like, coincidentally happened after the statement came out? You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. Oh wait, the police statement about an hour ago. I heard a statement last night. But oh, thank you, Kel. Thank you, Kel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that a lot, a lot, a lot. I'm just kind of wondering if the statement that I heard last night um said anything about other inmates. How it was worded. Did it say inmates or cuz I don't know, you never know.
Yes.
I mean, dude, Texas is
They don't play.
they don't play. And hmm. I'd also like to know what happened to the top of his head. Did you see that? I don't know if that particular mugshot of him with the whatever that is on top of his head, if that was the one that was taken when they took him in for the assault charge before they charged him with her murder.
Mm. I just had something pop up, but then it disappeared. Hold on a second. Working on it.
Mm. It's called Texas Justice for a reason. Yeah, they probably will have a verdict before we finish.
Yeah, I highly suspect a verdict today, but that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll go ahead and start streaming this back, and then JB, if you
Yep.
want to keep digging, you can keep digging, and we'll see what we find. But thank you for that heads up, Summer Flowers, and welcome. I appreciate you coming and being here and hanging out with us. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself, and then we'll get
Yeah.
going. And if you find it, just let me know, and we'll
I'll
chat
let you. I'll
about it.
message you in back chat.
Okay.
What I said to Kevin was correct. He admits that he lied to her before when he told when he told Kayla that Harmony got hit by a lightsaber. More evidence that corroborates that what Kevin said happened. His conversation with Adam, where Adam admitted to hitting Harmony in July, did happen. Simply put, from multiple witnesses, from the defendant's multiple confessions, he committed the crime of second-degree assault on a 5-year-old in July of 2019. And of that, there is simply no doubt. That being said, now we can move on. Who and where and why Harmony was killed? Let's go through what the evidence showed us, one thing at a time. We saw that it was not alone with Kayla not in the Colonial Village parking lot in the middle of the night where Adam had gone to go do his business. Not that it was something that you heard that had happened. It was the defendant in the car on the morning of the 7th with his fists. And it was cold. We know it was cold. So cold that Padero's car died that night when they moved over into the Audi. Adam wrote to Matt Gendron, remember, that they were freezing. Cold enough so that Kim Frayne went and gave them the battery pack to help give them the jump start. So we know it must have been cold enough that day that blankets in the back of a car did not appear out of place. Kayla told us how the accidents were happening, and yes, something had happened the night before, but she told you the night before was when the defendant first hit her. Why? For another accident that Harmony had had in the car. An accident that Kayla did nothing about. An accident that the defendant did nothing about and told Kayla to let Harmony lie in it. Kayla told you what it smelled like, and she told you to your face that she still did nothing about it. And in the morning, things were still the same. Kayla described for you how it started up again. It was still dark outside. She told you the first blow in the morning, it was still dark outside. We know that. Why? Because it's December 7th. Because it's before they get to the methadone clinic, and we know that the check-in times there are 7:05 and 7:09. And you know how dark it is in December, just a couple of days away from the darkest day of the year, December 22nd. When the defendant gets out of the car, goes in and gets his methadone, and then comes back, he finds Harmony has done it again. The smell of her inability to control her bladder and her bowels, something that she used to be able to do just fine for years. It's back again in his car again. The last place that he has, the only place that he has. And what does the man whom Kayla saw be so rageful do? And remember, that rageful wasn't just seen by Kayla, wasn't it? We heard from Rose Smith, the driver, years later, 2021. She told you that after giving Kayla a ride to the methadone clinic with Adam and coming back, that Kayla had had bruises that day, terrible black eyes, and that she tried to give her phone to Kayla. And her words were that when he wrenched that phone out of her hands, he told her, "You are not giving that phone to my wife." And she described his face, how? A look of pure rage. What does that person do when they get back to the car after their methadone and Harmony has soiled herself again? All he has is his car and his rage and his fists. And Kayla described for you how that went on. For the length of time that the same length of time that you took driving from the clinic here on Market Street up to the Burger King on Hooksett Road, you drove that drive. You know how long that is. And as the smell continued, she described that the hitting continued. And Harmony took blow after blow until she was moaning. And the defendant points to the fact and says, well, other people, they should have been able to see in the car. It's cold. It's dark. We know there's snow on the ground. Snow in New Hampshire means salt, which means the windows probably look the exact same that yours and mine did this morning. It's not easy visibility. Plus, think about it. Doesn't take a lot to be able to punch down on a 5-year-old, 35-pound child and make sure that it's below the windows. Not for him. Not for Adam Montgomery. Not against Harmony. Not in that car. And you saw from the Walmart video and the video from Officer Stanzel when they first approached the defendant, when he was trying to find where Harmony was, you saw from that how the defendant looked. Remember him at Walmart. He's not a small or a weak man. He wouldn't need to use much power to inflict deadly force upon Harmony's skull. And you heard it wasn't from one blow of his arm, but several. Take a moment. Let's talk. Just take a break and talk about something that defense brought up: the fact that there are other children in the car, and why wouldn't they have been screaming and yelling? I remember that fun catchphrase she tried to get Kayla to say. A cascade of chaos would have ensued. We know young children adapt to their environment like nobody's business. They're frightened by new faces, they're frightened by new experiences, or the unexpected, but they're not frightened by something that's familiar. Why would the other children cry if Harmony had been getting hit and punished in the car? After all, this was the second time in less than 12 hours that they would have seen this if they were awake. They would not have been unfamiliar with his rage towards Harmony in that car. The defendant's theory that punishing Harmony for soiling herself would make the other children cry implies that this is unfamiliar to them. And the evidence shows that it is not. Kayla rejected that cascade of chaos every single time it was proposed to her. And both Kayla and common sense tell you that that makes sense, that that's true. Now, when they got to Burger King, the damage at that point had already been done. As Kayla told you, Harmony laid under the blanket. No one went to get help for her. Not the defendant who beat her, not for Kayla either. And what did the defendant say in that moment? Words matter. I think I hurt her this time. This time. This time, I think I hurt her. I think I did something. Why say this? Because he didn't do nothing. He did something. He took her life in rage over a bathroom accident. And he admitted in his opening that you can and should find him guilty of abusing her corpse and falsifying physical evidence for what he did afterwards to get rid of the evidence, get rid of her, get rid of the evidence that would have shown he murdered her. But it was the evidence of his crime of beating her. I fucked up. I think I did something. I think I hurt her this time. That's what he believed. You saw Kayla testify. You heard for 2 full days practically while she was on the stand, having to tell you what she saw having happened. And Kayla did nothing. She did nothing. She did not parent Harmony. She did not clean Harmony. She did not change Harmony when she soiled herself and the defendant told her to leave her in it. She didn't stop the defendant. She didn't try to get Harmony help. She didn't call 911. She didn't yell out. She didn't run out of the car. She didn't disobey the defendant. She's not seeking help. She's not seeking attention. He went through the trunk to get her, not her, because she did nothing. Later, she didn't betray him until after she even lied in grand jury and committed perjury for him. She didn't lift a finger. She did nothing. Nothing at all. The defendant wants to have their cake and eat it too when they come to describe her. She's an abuser, but she did something in the middle of the night. She didn't see anything here, but she saw it all. She wants the defendant. No, she doesn't want the defendant. Believe her grand jury testimony, but don't believe her grand jury testimony, the part where she said she lied. That part you should actually believe, even though she's telling you it's a lie. Want to have their cake and eat it too when it comes to her testimony. Well, you know, she would have been really conscientious when she was shopping for diapers. Because that's, if you're homeless, yeah, that would make sense. You want to go where you can get the cheapest price. She's a drug user. She's homeless. And for Harmony, she does nothing. They want to argue, well, she would have had this instinct to protect that child. Oh, but she did something to her in the middle of the night. She did nothing. We are tested, all of us, just a few moments in our lives to do the right thing, where our character as human beings is tested to do the right thing. And on this test, December 7th, with where Kayla Montgomery was back in that life, she failed. At grand jury, she failed. She still obeyed him. Even though he had run off to Maine with his second girlfriend since then, she still obeyed him. Katie Morin told you that back then Kayla would have done anything for the defendant. That's what her protector did to her. He had her conditioned so well, physically and mentally, that she kept his secret, and she did nothing. You saw that in her testimony when she told you about doing nothing. And she told you about not stopping him from hitting Harmony. And she admitted unashamedly, without reservation, she didn't try to take Harmony to the bathrooms to clean her up. She didn't try to get her help. She did obey. She took Harmony's body to Portland Pie when he told her to later, sitting her between her two children in the stroller for that 15-minute walk down the street. But she did nothing. You don't have to like her to believe her. You don't have to like what she did. You may have very good reasons for hating her, but that doesn't change the fact that she saw the defendant beat Harmony to death. That doesn't change her credibility on telling us what the defendant did. Just because you believe that her failure to do the right thing is despicable, it doesn't mean that on this she's not credible. She actually tried to humanize this guy. Remember her testimony? She cried. And she said to you and admitted she still cares about him. Her in prison, Harmony somewhere, only he knows. And she still cares about him. And she admits how she did nothing for Harmony. If she was singing for her supper, like the defendant suggested in their opening, she wouldn't have done that, would she? She'd have an answer for every question, an excuse for every moment that she did nothing. She didn't have that on the stand. She would never have admitted that she didn't take the kids to the bathroom or that she let Harmony sit in it that night. And yet she did. That's someone who's not making up a story to make herself look better, is it? She never would have admitted that when Harmony is covered by the blanket as they get their food from Burger King, that she unceremoniously dumped a breakfast sandwich on top of the blanket. Harmony can open that herself. After the defendant had covered her and smashed her face. And yet, that is what she told you happened. Kayla admitted to you that she did nothing. It's not the face of a person who's trying to make themselves out to be the saint and the defendant to be the devil. That's certainly not a master criminal schemer trying to exonerate her own behavior, as you just heard in closing arguments. She is not like the defendant. She's not admitting that what she can't deny and denying what she can't afford to admit. Because if she did, she would have never admitted to her failure to act to protect Harmony. She would have never denied doing the small things. She would have claimed, oh, I did do those. I tried to redeem myself. And how she comes across, how she testifies. What she is a battered woman admitting an inconvenient and terrible truth, that she failed in a moment of life when her character was put to the test. She did nothing to help Harmony, nothing to stop her. She didn't kill her. Only the defendant did that. So when defense counsel says that it was Kayla who put Harmony in a duffel bag in the trunk and told Adam about it later, you heard and saw Kayla testify. She did nothing for Harmony, not a thing. And you can't get something from nothing. And the defendant's promise at openings that you'd see she did something remains exactly now as it was then. And it's a false promise. You've seen that theory with evidence presented to test it, and it is still without support. It is still without corroboration, and it is still unreasonable to believe because it was the defendant who did something. When you consider Kayla's testimony, don't consider it alone. Consider it with all of the facts that go along with that testimony. Facts such as that she does have an agreement to tell the truth. Defense counsel questioned her and argued that, well, she had to give the police a lot more to get out of the additional lies that she said in grand jury. But remember, if she doesn't tell the truth, all of this comes back on her. It's back to square one for her. Her agreement is null and void. But the evidence that you saw, how thoroughly the police investigated this case, where Harmony is, location after location after location in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, 900 plus pieces of evidence to help find out what happened, has only corroborated Kayla about who killed Harmony, about when she died, who hit her, who mangled her body, and who dumped her where she is now, somewhere between here and the Tobin Bridge in Massachusetts. Corroboration, big, fancy, 5-syllable word that stands for evidence that supports that a statement is true. If you just had Kayla's testimony alone, with her truthful testimony on the elements of the crime charged, that would be enough for you to go ahead and find the defendant guilty of all the charges. But you don't just have her testimony. You have so much more, because every witness, 50 witnesses that came in and testified to you about and provided evidence, provide some corroboration for Kayla's account of what happened in ways that she never could have known. And that includes testimony and evidence that corroborates her on how Kayla died, and how Harmony died, and why the defendant killed Harmony, why her body was desecrated, how Kayla was silenced for so long, and how the defendant discarded Harmony like trash so she wouldn't be found. Let's look at just one example. How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth when she told us how the defendant tried to induce or cause her to stick to his story, to not testify, to not tell people how he murdered and disposed of Harmony? How do we know that Kayla's telling the truth on that, tampering with her as a witness? It's because the evidence corroborates it. Nicole Giles told us that Kayla was still at the Fit on Lake Avenue, the families in transition shelter, when she saw bruises on Kayla's body. This is back in January of 2020, before Harmony was ever known to be missing. And Kayla is admitting to Miss Giles that the defendant is beating her. And she, what? She asked Miss Giles not to tell anyone. Having just been homeless, now living in a transition shelter with 2 younger children, and having been tested before and failed to get help for a child, she stays silent. She obeys and sticks with the defendant's story. Despite her abuse later, we see that as well from the testimony of Rose Smith, who was giving her that ride for methadone that morning, saw the beating that Kayla had taken the night before. And as she again saw pure rage in the defendant's face as he came and wrenched the phone out of Rose's hands, saying, "You're not going to give my wife that phone." So much so that when you heard and saw Rose testify, you heard her say, ever since then, she refused to drive them around anymore. That she carries pepper spray now. And she said, quote, "something I will never forget." Kayla is under control and doesn't say what happens to Harmony throughout that time period. And he believes that she's helping police. You heard testimony about how he believed the police were listening in on him and tracking him, and that he was ripping light fixtures down, that he was breaking thermostats and electronics. Kayla told you that he was paranoid that she was working with police and was being listened to. It's not a sign of mental illness. It's not a sign of being sad. a sign of guilty conscience, a sign that you want to continue to exert control, and you should think of it as such. That's corroborated by Dennis Cloutier. Remember the handyman at 644 Union Street? He saw the ripped down electronics, the broken thermostats, and he made the repairs. We also see more of that witness tampering from the testimony of Tara Hilbert next door on Orange Street when Kayla finally does escape physically the clutches of the defendant to the cycle of abuse that he had perpetrated for so long. The defendant didn't want to be found out. And since he silenced Kayla because he didn't want to be found out what he had done. And you know that from the very beginning. Don't forget the Facebook messages to Travis Beach. The U-Haul was still out there. What did he tell Travis? The day after, the next morning, when he's trying to find out, Travis is trying to find out where the van, because it's supposed to be back, what does he tell Travis right then? Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again. Just like getting rid of the body and destroying physical evidence, convincing witnesses to what you've done to stay silent, that's what murderers do. That's what this defendant did. They silenced them into staying silent. And the defendant did that for so very long. He made sure that it was his story that was being told. He continued to tell his story and different variations of it to everybody. His lie that he created. To Christina Lubin, remember, this would have been the first day after they got booted out of Anthony Badero's Audi. At Christina's place, tells her, I dropped her off in Massachusetts with her mother. Jessica Guerin tells her over a year later, while she's delivering a gift for her boyfriend, tells her at that time, oh, my other daughter, she's down in Massachusetts, and quickly changes the subject. Demetrios Tsaros, the former DCYF employee, tells her, no, send her down to her mother in Massachusetts. Did that right around Thanksgiving. Courtney Garcia, who sees Harmony in the car on Thanksgiving Day and not there just a couple of weeks later. What's the defendant's story? What does the defendant, not Kayla, what does the defendant tell all of these people and tell Courtney Garcia? Dropped her off at my mother's. She was having bathroom problems. Dropped her off at her mother's. She was having bathroom problems. Tells Rebecca Maines, dropped her off. Their biological mother doesn't even let me see her. A clever lie that works if Kayla sticks to the story that he's told everyone. And he did for a long time. That's why Kayla's in prison today. And corroborating evidence comes not only from the witnesses, but again, from evidence of receipts and from photographs. Because a picture does speak 1,000 words. That is not the face of the person who's in control. It's the face of the person who was kept under control. She needed to be kept under control so that what the defendant did to his daughter would not be found out. And it worked for a long time. But all the witnesses who corroborate all testified to a different aspect of seeing the control that he exerted on Kayla and the stories that he told others to stop her from actually working with the police and to stop her from telling police what really happened. That's about what he does to her. But what else corroborates Kayla about why Harmony was killed? The defendant again, not only about why, but telling Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines that why she is no longer with him, or one of the reasons at the time he gets rid of her, is because she's having bathroom accidents. So you know that that's the reason why he did what he did to her on the morning of December 7th. He's still mad about why this happened. He's still talking about it. Months with Rebecca Maines, years later. It's why he killed her, having accidents in the car. When Kayla said that the defendant hit her overnight and says words of, you have to stop doing this, that's corroborated by what he told Courtney Garcia and Rebecca Maines, that he got rid of Harmony because she was having accidents. Rebecca Maines told us just yesterday, a friend of his, a close friend of his, that these accidents are what made him take Harmony away to, what did Rebecca testify? The defendant told her, a better place for Harmony, a better place. He told her that he thought Harmony was having these accidents on purpose. And Courtney Garcia especially recalled that the defendant said the accidents were happening while they were living in the car. So when the defendant says there's no evidence to support Kayla about what happened in the car, you know that's not true. Rebecca Maines could not have been clearer yesterday when she told you and clarified for both sets of counsel that the defendant told her he hated Harmony because Harmony reminded him of Harmony's mother. She could not have been clearer about that. Remember, if the defendant himself agrees with his displeasure and anger at Harmony when he got rid of her, and that was because of having accidents in the car, and when he says it to other people, that's not a coincidence. That's corroboration. Corroboration that he was angry at Harmony for the bathroom accidents. Evidence that even though this little 5-year-old girl that he thought was doing it on purpose, evidence of why he was so angry that morning. What else corroborates Kayla's account of when Harmony was killed and what the defendant did to her? Matt Gendron and Kim Frayne. Both of them corroborate the time of when this occurred. Both of them corroborated because Kayla told you it happened when they were back, when the last night that they had their car going into the morning. The drive from the methadone clinic to Burger King in the morning on December 7th. And after that, they move into Anthony Badero's outing. And what do we have on that cold, dark, winter night, December 8th, 2019? Just after midnight, we've got the defendant Facebook messaging away to Matt Gendron as he told you, hey, need help, ASAP, please. Need a jump and jumper cables, ASAP. I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery, we've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died. My car died. My car, me. And we know what car he's staying in. It's Anthony Badero's blue Audi. We know that from the tow receipt because the car went and got towed by Aaron Sweeney earlier on the 7th. Matt didn't want to go out. Kim agreed to go out, got there with a jumper pack, and when she was there, no Harmony. The two boys get in the car. Harmony doesn't get in the car. More corroboration of when this happened. Separate from Kayla's testimony, separate from the corroboration that what she says is in fact the truth. What is unreasonable to be believed? What is not corroborated? What's not corroborated is the defendant's theory that something happened in the middle of the night while he wasn't there. There has been no evidence of that. I'm going to talk about Mr. Badero for a few more minutes. The defendant proclaimed in opening that the defendant wasn't around, that he wasn't around that night because he was doing his business to get them out of that car. He's unemployed. He got no business. What business have we seen or heard any testimony about? He wasn't out working for Anthony Badero, making money and doing his business, because Anthony Badero showed us he's not the type of guy who's going to go ahead and hire the defendant to go out and work for him in the middle of the night. Tony Badero is not the type of guy who lets a homeless family stay in his car for more than 2 days. He was the type of guy who wanted that the family wanted to make sure didn't find out that they were living in Tony Badero's parking lot before their car broke down. And Tony Badero was definitely not the type of guy who was going to trust a homeless drug user who buys drugs from him to drive his car around at the middle of the night to help deliver drugs. Mr. Badero testified that he drove his car back then, despite not having a license. It's not reasonable for you to believe that he is going to have Adam Montgomery drive him around that night, either to deliver drugs or in exchange for drugs. In fact, remember, Mr. Padero admitted to you that when he met the defendant, it was in the late summer of 2019. When? The one time he told you that he had the defendant drive him. And what was he driving to? The courthouse on charges for Mr. Padero getting caught for driving without a license. When you go to the courthouse for charges of driving without a license, probably a good idea if you don't drive your own car. Probably a good idea to have somebody else drive you, which is what Mr. Padero testified to, that was the one time he had the defendant drive his car. And that's back in the summer, long before the family's homeless, long before December of 2019. If the defendant gets pulled over making drug deliveries in the middle of the night, as defense is suggesting you, Mr. Padero's got a lot bigger problems to worry about than driving around without a license. Employing the defendant as his driver is something that Mr. Padero denied, and as you can see from reason, is not something that Mr. Padero would have done. It's not rational. It's also not rational to believe that Mr. Padero would have entrusted the defendant to go out and deliver his drugs for him. From all of the testimony you've heard at that time, you can easily imagine that if Mr. Padero trusted the defendant to go deliver drugs for him, the drugs that got delivered were probably going to be a lot less than what Mr. Padero had promised his customers. Common sense tells you that is not true. Common sense tells you that the defendant has no place to be the night of the 6th and the 7th, except in his car, with his family, with Harmony. He has no business. He has nowhere else to be. And why did Mr. Padero tell us all this? He also said that the defendant and Kayla, when he saw them, were always together. Always together. And that when he did go outside and see the kids, it was during the course of the relationship. Mr. Padero said when those days, on the out days when they were in the Audi and he went outside, he did not see Harmony. Harmony was not there on the 8th. Harmony was not there on the 9th. And Kayla, as much as got jumbled a few minutes ago in closing arguments, Kayla was clear as well. It's one of the lies that she told you was a lie that the defendant doesn't want you to believe is a lie. She told you in grand jury that she lied and said that, oh, in grand jury, I told Anthony Padero, I know that Anthony Padero saw the kids in Harmony and waved to him every day. I said that in grand jury, and I lied in grand jury. But you just heard in closing arguments that the defendant doesn't want you to believe that that's a lie, even though she admitted that that's a lie. You want to have your cake, and you want to eat it too. That's what the defendant wants. What else is unreasonable to believe? Arguments that, well, no one would have seen him stuffing her into the duffel bag when the car was pulled over on the intersection of Webster and Elm. Nobody, that could have happened, and for nobody to have seen it, that's impossible. It's easy to manipulate 35 pounds in a rear seat of a passenger when your back is to the sidewalk and the shrubs that you saw there on that section of the road, with a building with very few windows in that section of the road, when it's freezing cold and everyone around you is distracted by the woman who's waving other cars to go around. The physical evidence in the car and the physicality of manipulating Harmony's body show that this is yet another way in which the defendant's theory is unsupported. That his arguments that Harmony died from something other than his hands the morning of December 7th, that is unreasonable. It was he who punished her with his fists that day, and it was he who decided to destroy, alter, conceal, and remove her body from the Sebring to be sure it couldn't be used against him when somebody came asking, where is Harmony? You may, when you're back in deliberations, be looking at the evidence in this case. Different pieces of evidence that are there. Photographs, diagrams, having a good understanding of where everything was, where it was found. And you may be asking yourself, why don't we have more forensic evidence here? First of all, the defendant is telling you that he falsified physical evidence. The other thing is that, as experts have told you time and time again, each one of the experts that got up here, time and elements can wear down DNA and fingerprints and blood. They were able to find DNA 100 sextillion times more likely from a female child of the defendant and Crystal Sorey on this toothbrush in the very back of the trunk. The trunk of the Audi that the defendant abandoned, of the Sebring that the defendant had abandoned. But by being so good in hiding his crimes and in intimidating the one witness, the eyewitness to him beating Harmony to death, by wiping down and hiding and destroying evidence, he was sure that there was going to be less and less of it around. And yet still, from that toothbrush, from the ceiling, the truth prevailed. Sometimes evidence is not always where you expect to find it. We heard testimony about this cooler, Christina Lubin's cooler. This cooler that the defendant kept Harmony's body in. We know that Harmony was in there in a bag. We also know from Christina Lubin that she used to put money in there, and she had put money in there recently for the defendant to be able to take to help provide for the family. So we know there should be fingerprints on the inside of that, because their fingers definitely would have gone in to take the money. And yet the fingerprints are not there. We know that latent prints sometimes go away. And yet when Kayla Montgomery comes forward and tells you, here is what I know. She finally comes forward in June. She leads everybody. She leads police to the evidence that actually corroborates, and in ways that she never could have known. She never would have known what was in the fifth seal. She never would have known that police would have been able to find a sample, an example from CMC of the bag that the defendant had stuffed Harmony into. She told you she initially thought with police this was the bag. She never would have known afterwards that Emily Thompson and Cameron Gibney both saw the bag in the Portland Pie cooler. She never would have known about what had happened and was found and was discussed in testimony about the Union Street bathroom, the ATM records, the Home Depot receipt, the Economistay Lodge, the rental records. She never would have known that when she came forward with this. In the ceiling. Not even my height. Kayla Montgomery is not climbing up there to be able to look and see that there's something still in that ceiling. Part of all of those different things and what happened, you should also go ahead and consider what Kayla said afterwards about the forensic evidence that she could not have known would have corroborated. You heard about the bag of lime. It's not the fanciest looking bag of lime up there, is it? But that's the one that she identified. So let's talk about that for a moment. It's the bag of lime that has the same SKU that had been purchased the day of February 26th. That an 11:20 ATM withdrawal happened at the Citizens Bank, South Willow Street, and 20 minutes later, across the street at the Home Depot, that's when there's a purchase of that bag of lime. That SKU number specifically was found, as was testified to by the gentleman from Home Depot. A purchase of lime by a person who doesn't own a lawn and has nothing to fertilize in the middle of the winter. Common sense tells us maybe the defendant really wanted to get some lye, L-Y-E, like you would find in Drano, breaks down organic material, rather than lime to make your soil doesn't lower the pH, it raises it, makes it less acidic. But the lime purchased at Home Depot 20 minutes after the ATM transaction. And what was it purchased with? A grinder, a blade, that purchase, and a battery, excuse me. That's not a coincidence. Again, that's corroboration. Corroboration that when the defendant talked about how he wanted to get rid of Harmony's body, when they got their tax refunds in their account, that's what he did. So when she told you, we heard about this a moment ago in cross-examination, when she told you that she had seen this grinder new in a box at some point, believing that she had seen it at her mother's house earlier on, when the defendant said that was the kind of saw he wanted to use to get rid of Harmony's body. And then when you heard that Christina Lubin doesn't own this kind of saw, it's a grinder. She does woodworking. This is not a woodworking tool. It's for grinding metal. You have to ask yourself, where is it that Kayla saw this grinder new in a box? Where was it? Again, not the lie of a master schemer, is it? Why would she concoct that out of thin air, as the defendant's arguing? Why say that that's the grinder or saw that he discussed when she knows and testified to you already that there's a corded saw in a box underneath the sink? If this was untrue, if she had not seen this grinder at some point new and in a box, if she was singing for her supper, she would have instantly just said, oh, yeah, it's the saw that we have down there. Saw the whole thing. That's what happened. Yeah, detectives, that's the saw. But she didn't do that. She identified the grinder. She said she saw it new. She remembers it because that's what the defendant talked about wanting to use on Harmony. If she didn't see it at Christina Lubin's house, and the only other place you can reasonably conclude is that she saw it at Union Street, along with the bag of lime, and she doesn't remember it clearly. That's the only other reasonable, logical conclusion to make. It's not a coincidence that from their account, the money gets taken out and 20 minutes later this happens. It's corroboration. And the next day, Dennis Cloutier is over at the house. The next day, trying to snake the drain, as asked by the defendant. And who did he say is pacing behind him while he is trying to snake the drain? The drain and the drain cover that's already been off. Is it? Oh, no, it's not Kayla. It's the defendant, he said. Just the defendant who is pacing behind him. More evidence that Kayla would never have known corroborates what happened. More and more and more. She could never have known that there would be easy pass toll records of the same rental vehicle going back and forth, as Trooper Hernandez told us, through the Tobin Bridge on the night that he left to get rid of the body with the U-Haul. She could never have known when she told police what happened that those records were there, and that lo and behold, the odometer perfectly matches up for the distance to take that drive. Common sense tells you that. She didn't know that. She didn't know that that corroboration existed, because it's not reasonable to think that Kayla would tell and enable police to find other evidence that she did something. If she was the one who had killed Harmony, like the defendant wants you to believe, she would never have done any of this. The theory does not fit. And I want to jump to another reason why this theory does not fit. He's shown us that he's not the type of person that would have allowed this to happen under his theory. He's argued to you that he's a caring parent, despite what we've seen from the rest of the evidence. But his theory is, in fact, this, that they had planned for hours what to do with the body, and that the plan was to carry her around for months and store her in different places, and then finally do something eventually whenever we get enough money for a grinder. It doesn't make sense. His theory is also that he was such a caring parent that he came home in the middle of the night from taking care of business to discover that his 5-year-old that he fought to get custody of is dead while left in Kayla's care. And he just takes it. He doesn't react. He doesn't rage. His theory is that he doesn't hit Kayla or yell or scream so others can hear, is that he just sits in the car for the rest of the day and night and takes it. goes to the methadone clinic at 7:04 like it's nothing in the morning and takes it. That's his theory. That's not him. That's not who we've seen. That he would show indifference towards Harmony's death. That he bags, carts, stores, stuffs, frees, thaws, squishes, consolidates his child. He does all of that, then leaves Kayla for another woman, leaves her with this woman that he's arguing to now, killed one of his children, leaves the other kids with her, and then takes off to Maine, goes on to live his life. That's not him. That's not him. That's not what we've heard. He doesn't do nothing. He would not have been the passenger in this situation. He's the driver. What the defendant suggests his reaction was would not have been his reaction if Harmony just died in the middle of the night from something and he came back to find her in a duffel bag in the trunk. So we know that theory that depends on you believing that he's that type of person does not work. It is a fantasy. It is beyond belief. It is a bizarro world that the defendant would have you believe in light of discovering that his offspring is dead, that he does nothing, and that it's Kayla who's always doing the something. That's not reasonable because it's not supported by the evidence. Not with the defendant's lies to others. Not with the actions that we've seen him take towards Kayla. Not with the evidence that he left on Kayla's face and arms and back. And he lied to others too. He lied to others too. Who's the one that's getting rid of the phone? He's got his new girlfriend, Kelsey Small, to get rid of the phone. You saw from the other video there, he doesn't put himself in front of the camera. In fact, you probably saw when he first walked in, he had half a hand over his face. The video's there. You can look at it if you'd like when we go back into the deliberations. He lied to the tow truck driver about his address. He had to abandon the car. It was the crime scene. He told the tow truck driver, I live at 77 Guilford Street. You know, he doesn't live at 77 Guilford Street. Told the tow truck driver, I got no phone. We know he has a phone. He used it that night to Facebook message Matt Gendron to try to get a jump for the dead car. He lies to get rid of things. He tries to continue to hide. He tells Travis Beach, don't send me this stuff on Facebook. He certainly does have a cell phone during that time. He wants to get his car away from him as fast as possible. What better way to abandon it? Just tell the tow truck driver you don't have the phone and don't worry about it. Let him get rid of the evidence because he's telling you now that he's guilty of getting rid of evidence. The defendant admitted only to what he had to, which to you or I would be unspeakable acts to do to any human being, let alone a small child, let alone your own flesh and blood. He says in his arguments you should find him guilty of altering, destroying, concealing, and removing Harmony's body. And he admits this. Why? Because he thinks you're going to be fooled. His counsel questioned Kayla with the legal principle, and I'm sure you remember it. He was asking Kayla about her petty theft from Dunkin' Donuts. Well, you took some responsibility of it. You took the lesser way out of the problem, so you wouldn't get a more serious charge. That's what he thinks that you're going to let him do. He thinks if you'll let him slide on the murder, if he admits to what happened afterwards, because he knows the evidence of that is overwhelming, that you'll let it go on the other two. And he admits what he can't deny. He denies what he can't afford to admit. And the only part of Harmony that we have left will be sitting in that deliberation room with you on that pink toothbrush and outside here in this part of the ceiling wall that's there. And the other parts of her body, her rest of her torso, her face, her eyes, that smile, only the defendant, as we all sit and stand here today, knows where they are. And he can't afford to admit to you that he knows where they are because the evidence contained on them will show that he caused her death. So she won't get the burial that everyone deserves. She doesn't get a headstone in the ground above the head that he battered. She doesn't get to be at peace in death because of what he did, because he can't afford to tell anyone where she is. She doesn't get dignity. She doesn't get peace because this man did nothing. He didn't do nothing. He did something called murder. And because he says trying to find her is a waste of time, that trying to find her is a waste of taxpayer money, that's what he thinks of her. That's what he thinks of what he did. That's what he thinks of you now. Efforts to find where he put her and what he did to her and why he killed her, they're a waste of time to him. His words, you heard them, to find the child that he murdered and the evidence that he hid. He believes Harmony's life and death are a waste of time and that they weren't anything to him and that he dumped her like trash. This is what you've seen in the evidence. This is what you've heard the defendant say when you consider whether he has an extreme indifference to the value of Harmony's life when he killed her. He had no value for her life when he killed her. He took an innocent life, a child, for no reason other than his rage and his indifference and his ignorance and his lack of humanity. Because this trial is about Harmony Montgomery. And you sat here and you were so attentive to every moment, every terrible fact. You watched the eyes and the voices of every witness, and you know it's not about quantity, it's about quality. How they testified, how they looked at you when they answered questions on cross and direct. That was not a waste of time. Only Harmony's killer would say that finding her is a waste of time. That's bearing witness is what you have done to the truth. And that's a front row seat on what this man perpetrated on Harmony and her body and the truth from being shown to you, who cowardly runs off to Maine to distance himself from the scene of his crimes, who runs with Demetrios, comes to the house and could see that bruise on her face. And even then, a week later, Demetrios still saw marks of her after the defender had bashed her all around the house. The man who complains about tracking down leads in Arizona as a waste of effort to prove something. Yes, that's what people do. That's what this community, this state, this nation, this society do. We go to find and protect life. Every one of us, whether you wear a badge or you don't, you seek to protect children, to put the next generation above your own. That's what a father does. That's not what the defendant wanted, because he is not Harmony's father. He has forfeited that right to even claim that title or call himself her father. She was never a daughter to him. Not in July, not in December, not in that phone call, not from the moment of her death continuing up through this very day when he knows where she is. He killed somebody he didn't see as a daughter. He never saw her as a blessing. He beat down something he saw as a nuisance, that he saw as an inconvenience. His behavior to the bathroom accidents shows you that in that moment when he killed her, she wasn't a person. She was an object, thing. And he was mad at this thing that ruined his car. And he hit and he hit and he hit this thing to make it stop doing what he didn't want it to do, to teach it a lesson, until he said to Kayla, I think I hurt her this time. I think I did something. And he might as well have said, I think I broke it. And that's what he did to her. Afterwards, only proves that his actions don't believe that he murdered his daughter. He broke one of his things. And like any broken thing that somebody never really loved, they throw it away. And that's what he did. He may have genetically donated half of his DNA to her, but he was not her father. She was an object that he beat, stuffed, threw, and shelved in a walk-in cooler. Cameron Gibney told you she was down next to the mustard. She was an object made even tinier from her 35 pounds when she was alive by defrosting and consolidating her down, that he took to a hotel and he drove through some tolls and he threw it away. And he knows where she is right now, but he believes it's a waste of time and taxpayer money to try to find her. So don't you ever think that this man murdered his own daughter. Rebecca Maines told you he hated Harmony because she reminded him of her mother. Defense counsel told you to go ahead and put a motion aside and look at the facts. Look at the facts. Look at the facts and call him a killer. Put a motion aside, look at the facts, and then you can call him a tyrant. And you can call him rageful. Those descriptions suggested to you, maybe, evil. But don't call him a father. It's time now for you to hear the court's final instructions, to then go back into that room and deliberate all the evidence that you've seen, and to hold the defendant responsible for everything he did in July of 2019, in December of 2019, and afterwards. You promised both parties in the court during jury selection that when proof had been shown beyond a reasonable doubt of all of the elements of the crimes, that you could and would hold the defendant responsible. And now, not all doubt, but all reasonable doubt. And that proof has been shown. You promised us during jury selection that you did that, and you would do that, and you saw Kayla testify. From that alone, you've got sufficient evidence to convict him of every charge, but you don't have to take our word for it, because we just talked about and you've seen for 2 weeks all of the evidence that corroborates and gives you what you need to find him guilty on each and every single one of these charges. We saw in this courtroom that Kayla is not lying about who hit Harmony. And there is no doubt about how Harmony was hurt in July, who killed her in December, what was done to her body and who did it, who falsified physical evidence, and how the defendant kept Kayla quiet. He's guilty of second-degree murder for recklessly causing Harmony's death with extreme indifference to the value of life, because you've seen beyond even that standard, he had complete indifference to the value of your life. Kayla did nothing. He did a lot of things. He did something, he said. It's called murder. It's called assault. And he's guilty of every single one of those charges in front of you. And so I ask you to hold him responsible for that truth in what you've seen in the facts, what you've seen, what you've tested, and what you've heard has been proven. Find him accountable and find him guilty on every single one of these charges. And I thank you so much for your time today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to give you my final instructions. As I said to you earlier, you will have
Wow.
Yes.
That was so good. That was so good.
Yes.
He would get, did you notice that he would calm down for a little bit and then he'd get fired up again and then he'd calm down a little bit. He'd get fired up all over again.
I loved it because when he would do it, it was like he would calm down about what other people do, but when it was something that Adam did, he fired up and brought it out more. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good.
Yep.
QB's like fire. Dawn, what did you think? Because you didn't get to hear it yesterday. What did you think?
And Lee.
Mm. And hey, anybody that came in while we were watching that. Hey, Morgana. Yeah, I know, right, Gail? I was fully expecting tall guy to be the one, but I'm so glad he didn't.
Well, because tall guy is the general prosecutor, but short
Mhm.
guy is the senior assistant attorney general,
Yeah,
which is like, what?
I know.
But yeah, I still
Mm.
can't believe it. He's been so soft spoken, so just, you know, here's some water. They defense might have, or yeah, defense might have questions. You know, just real soft, and then this, he's like, well, bam,
Mhm.
in your
I know.
face.
I know. I know. Oh, hey, Miranda, and hey, Henny. I'm trying to see if I missed anybody else. Um,
Hi, Miranda.
uh,
Like I said, hello to Miranda. I was trying to do lots of things just a few minutes ago.
it was
Yep,
awesome.
yep. You're right. QB, kind and passionate. Yep.
Yeah, QB's like, that's my new husband. Honey, you better check yourself because he's got a wedding ring on.
Yeah, he do.
Oh, hey, Sherry Jones.
Hi,
Hey.
Sherry.
Oh, you think so, Lee? It's very possible. He could have been the leader in the debate teams in school.
Yep. Very good possibility.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That was really good.
Yeah. I'm glad that I watched it again because there were bits and parts and pieces that I kind of missed
Yeah.
yesterday. So, yeah.
Same
Yeah.
here.
Mm. Okay, so let me go back real quick while I'm thinking about it. Don't burst Scooby's bubble. Let me go back over here while I'm thinking about it, and so I don't forget. This was what I found. Um, this is from the Polk County Sheriff's Office. And this is a press release that this is what I heard last night. This is what I was listening to.
And that's a Polk County Sheriff's Office. Is that their Facebook page?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is on their Facebook page. Um, but this is just where they were talking about Stephen McDougal from the Audrey Cunningham story. But basically, it's just talking about how he had not been injured or anything. But like I
Mm-hmm.
said earlier, I don't know the rumor about him falling off the bed or whatever, whether it's true or not, I have no idea. And if it happened, then it apparently happened after this release was out. I don't know. I have no idea. So
Mm-mm. No,
just
I
take,
haven't. I haven't heard anything about timelines either.
yeah.
So again, that what I heard was rumor. There, like I said, there wasn't anything to say that it happened. It was
Hmm.
just something that somebody had heard and informed others, and we don't have it in black and white to say right in front of us that it was there. So,
This says this press release is being disseminated due to the numerous false rumors, stories floating social media in reference to inmate Don Stephen McDougal's incarceration here at the Polk County Jail. Inmate McDougal is and has been housed in a single cell by himself since his arrest by the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Inmate McDougal does not and has not had contact with any other inmates and is being continuously monitored by jail staff. Inmate McDougal's welfare has not been threatened, and he has not experienced or sustained any injury since his incarceration in the Polk County Jail. Polk County Sheriff's Office is taking every precaution to ensure that inmate McDougal receives appropriate welfare conditions per policy and state law. So,
Right.
um, the what I was going to say is that um, I hope that that nothing bad happens to him pre-trial,
Right.
because I mean, I guess depending on the person, they would consider that justice, right? But
Hmm.
I want it to be true.
The jailhouse justice is one thing, but
Right.
as long as he can get the court legal justice as well, would be a plus.
Hmm. Yeah.
I did not know that QB that Christopher Noel was also an assistant. I didn't. Wow. Look, I was just trying to find his name one day, and then another day was trying to figure out who short guy was. So it was quick in a hurry. Da 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 da.
Well, I kept seeing the name. Yeah, I know, right, Steph? Why not both? Uh, well, I would like both. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I don't want somebody to
Go too far.
go too far before he gets the opportunity to, be
Mm,
blasted in front of God and everybody and their
mm,
family and stuff.
totally
Um,
agree.
but I had heard the name Ben Agati, I saw mention of that, but I didn't know that's who he was. I didn't know that was him.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, there are times when I don't mind the trash takes itself out kind of thing, but I too would rather it went the lawful way. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying he can have a dose of both, but as long as he gets both.
Right.
I mean, one, we know he's already going to get the legal aspect of legal justice, um, but the jailhouse justice, so, he could have a little bit of that too. Just
That Crime Nation was really good, by the way, was it? So I started it, but then I fell asleep. I fell
I did
asleep.
ditto. Me too.
Yeah, I got it started, and I dozed off. What she's talking about is if you missed it, was it 2 nights ago
Hmm.
on the
Well, wait,
CW?
Tuesday night, I think it was. Yeah,
Okay,
originally aired.
so Tuesday night it was on the CW. If you have that station or that streaming app, they were talking about Delphi. They have crime. So News Nation is a news outlet, um, and they have I guess you would call it like a series that they're starting called Crime Nation, and their first episode that came out was on the CW. That's where it's going to be at, and it was about Delphi. So I didn't get that far, Morgana. How far in did it talk about the name of the tattoo shop?
Mm.
I didn't get that far. I'm trying to think where I fell asleep. The last thing I really remember was the high school friends of hers talking about, and then the one guy
Hmm.
starts crying, saying
Yeah.
when they handed him a picture of Libby,
Hmm.
and he starts crying, and he's like, I thought I'm 20 years old. I thought I would be okay till I but this is a physical picture, and I'm just used to seeing it. It just hit him a little bit different. Yeah, it was pretty good. So, if you guys are interested in the Delphi story, you might want to check that out. But yeah, it's really good. It's called what was the name of it? Oh shoot, I can't remember what.
Cramnation. Oh
Oh,
Lord.
was he? Was he on it? Awesome.
Yeah, Cramnation is the name of it. That's the series name is Cramnation.
Yeah, the name, I thought that it had like a episode name or something. I can't remember what it said on my screen, but it was really good. What I got to see of it, it looked like they did a decent job. Jenny needs more coffee. I
So does
always need
Jebby.
more coffee stuff.
Jebby needs more too. I don't
It's
have
too
enough.
early. It's
Look,
too early.
I overslept this morning.
Mm.
I don't ever oversleep, but I overslept this morning.
That's all right. Everybody does it every once in a while. I did it the day before, right?
Mm. This is true. This is true.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very true.
Hey, and welcome everybody coming in. Good to see new peoples. Welcome, welcome. I hope that you have strong coffee because we're going to need it, apparently. This verdict watch is taking its sweet, sweet time.
Yes, it is. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button too for Jenny. And we got a poll up in the chat as well.
Mm. A town torn apart by murder. Okay, good deal. That's what it's called. Morgana.
Look, I done took my sleeping medicine when I started that last night. So I only remember bits and pieces of it. So
let's see. We have, oh, wow. You guys are quick on the poll today. Looks like everybody's pretty, like, right on.
we got 29 in chat or watching, 23 votes.
Pretty close, pretty close. If you guys haven't voted yet, make sure to click that little poll and vote. If you've been watching the trial. I mean, if you haven't been watching the trial, then you're probably like, I don't know what's going on.
Exactly.
Hey, Kayleen, good morning. Are you sleepy too? Oh, y'all, we got another person backstage. Are you all ready for this? Are you all ready for this?
I don't even know who it is.
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry. Hey, QB.
I was just singing that.
QB.
Y'all ready for this?
Dun, 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 dun. Anyways. Hey.
Hey, hey, hey. Oh.
Y'all.
Are you already heading out of here? You ain't even been in here 2 seconds. You better straighten up. I'm talking to you, QB.
No, I said y'all ain't never ready for this. I didn't say I was leaving.
Oh, I was just wondering. I bent over to grab my tennis shoes to put them on because I got to go out there and watch for the kiddo here in a few minutes. And then all of a sudden, I hear JB go, "Oh," and I'm like, she's already fell off. QB's done, ready, fell off.
Nope, not yet.
She ain't been up here 2 seconds.
Morgana.
Benegatti for U.S. Attorney General.
I'm starting a campaign, y'all. Oh,
that was my alarm.
Oh,
my bus alarm.
Oh,
it's almost done.
Question: anybody else got AT&T?
Yes.
Oh yeah. You know what?
It's a
Did y'all have
massive
the SOS
outage.
thing?
It's a
so
massive,
not me
massive
thinking
outage.
it was just me last week and totally wigging out.
Well, it ain't just you in the state you live in. Apparently, it's everywhere.
It's my dad has it. My dad has it on
And
his phone.
then man child from not the girlfriend's phone. And I was like, not the girlfriend's phone's on the same network. And he was like, my phone's not working. I was like, yeah, it's fine now.
Oh, is it
Is
working
But
is
I
it?
now?
was, yeah, I was like, what is all that? I thought I pressed something on accident because I've been known to do that, like trying to call, emergency and stuff.
uh-huh.
My butt likes to dial people, and so I was looking. I was like, what did I do? But then I was thinking, I was like, oh, it was everybody.
Ooh, look at that, what Kayleen said.
Yeah.
She's saying, "Did you hear the
Yeah,
news
that
saying it started at 2:22 a.m. on 2/22?"
ma'am, no,
Mm-mm-mm.
But they ain't wrong because that was about the time I was up.
Yeah. Yep.
Morgana,
Yeah.
restart your phone.
Look, this is really, really weird. So check this out. So my dad has an iPhone, but it's a newer iPhone. We go through AT&T, right?
Right?
And he's like, "What's wrong with my phone?" Look at his phone. He's got a SOS on his signal bars, right? I go to my phone, which is a lower, older iPhone, right? Look, I ain't got no money.
Mm-hmm.
I only got a 10, okay? But I have service on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about weird. Then my
Right?
mom texts me because she's got internet at her home, so it's an iMessage. And she's like, "Do you have service? I can't call out." And I'm like, "Yeah, I have service. What's wrong with you?" And then we see on the news that there's just a massive outage, like
Yep.
across the whole country.
So if your phone
So,
is still doing it, there was restart the phone and then turn it to airplane mode and then back on. And that'll reset it or restart the phone.
mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I just know this morning, um, I had,
Rude. Rude.
there you
So
are.
rude. So rude.
So this morning, I was waiting on the bus. We were waiting on the school bus, and we about missed it. But I texted the bus driver, and I was like, "Oh my god, come back, come back!" Because I saw literally as I was opening the door, they were pulling off, and I'm like, "No, baby, come back!"
We're right here.
And
Steph, I don't think
he
it's an out there. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, he just turned around and come back, but the aide on the bus, she always is the one that messages me, and she didn't message me this morning, and she didn't answer my message, and so, um, I was like, I thought they were just running late, so we about missed them, but she said that she had AT&T and couldn't get her phone to work.
Yep. Yeah, Steph, I don't think it's an update. It was an actual outage, like across
Yeah.
the I don't know. I feel like it's something, especially now that Kathleen was like 222 on 222. No. Mm-mm. No. No. Nope. 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 Nope.
Yeah.
But it was
Well, see
weird because
here.
I actually panicked. Ooh.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
Here, they were telling us here that it's still at like 4 a.m. our time in Central Time. So, it's weird, but it's only AT&T too. That's what I hear.
I heard some people that were some Verizon people,
Oh yeah,
which freaked me out because
Mickey
I was
Joe,
like, oh, it's everybody. Mickey Jork.
Mickey Joe, hey
Um,
Jar.
but I kind of panicked a little bit because I'm on a truncated network because I'm emergency services.
Yeah,
So if sales, I actually moved to the head of the line.
yeah.
And so when it said SOS, I was like, what happened? What happened? Why are we on
Right.
SOS? I was like looking up, trying to find stuff, and now it was just, I mean, I'm glad there wasn't nothing going on, but it freaked me out for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Well,
did the
I'm gonna
whole
Yep.
Wait,
I'm gonna run real quick and check on the
phone in
kiddo.
case the verdict comes back.
I'm taking my phone with me in case you drop off.
Okay.
Ma'am,
I'll
that
be
ain't
right back.
wrong. I did do what's the date today? Due till the 27th.
It is 22nd.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like mine is the 27th.
Huh?
Did I drop out?
I'm all confused now.
No, I said I did the whole bill check. Like, did I not pay my bill?
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you
But
with
I
that
always
part.
pay my bill. But I don't know why I still do that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so, anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, how is everybody else doing today? Well, I done slept in, overslept.
Morgana,
And
try the airplane mode.
yeah, but leave it
If
on
not,
airplane
I
for
don't know
like
what.
20 seconds.
Yeah, put it on airplane mode and then turn it back off. Like she said, 20 seconds or something like that.
Yeah. Yep. But if it's not working, then it may not be restored in your area yet, too.
Yeah.
Because that may take some time with the amount of outages that is going on. Yeah.
Yeah, that I just was like,
Yeah.
anyway. And the man child
Mm-hmm.
texted me at like 7 o'clock. You up? No, homie, I've been up all night. I'm asleep
Right?
now.
Yo,
Oh, hello.
Hello.
yeah, I'm just sitting out here on the front porch. Wait,
I want to sit on the front porch. I hear the bird.
I do
and
too.
it's warm out today. It's so cloudy though. It's supposed to rain.
Oh,
I
we got
miss my deck.
sunshine. We got sunshine. We got a patio door open. I'm probably gonna open up my window here in a little bit. Yeah.
I mean,
I
there's
miss
a
all of that.
there's is Ween Baby here? Because we got a hawk.
And y'all, only 4
Morgana,
pounds.
she said you're talking about things I don't understand. Are you talking about with your phone, Morgana? About putting it on airplane mode?
Mickey Joe. You ain't wrong. I mean, I'm just saying it could be.
You never know. Or the other country, There's another one on the other side.
Morgana, hang on a second. Go to your settings. Wait a minute. Are you iPhone or are you Samsung?
She said I'll get the offspring to do it. Love it. Love it. Oh, I sent Jenny, I don't know if you guys are interested or not, but I sent Jenny the full list of actual evidence that was presented to the jury. So I did send that. And also I have information on other stuff, just depending on
Excuse
what
me,
we
ma'am.
want.
Why are you not sharing with the class?
Okay, hold on. I'll get it. Give me just a minute.
We
I
are
did it
research
that
and
way it wouldn't get
development.
lost. I did it so that
We can pin it.
I didn't lose it. So hold on just a minute. I will fix that.
Miranda, they almost tempted me with that Jeremiah Kettner one. Almost.
There we go.
Thanks, JB.
Of course. Look, I'm full of it today.
Let me go in there and
It's kind of interesting to see the whole list like that.
yeah, I'm gonna go in there and open it.
Mm-hmm.
Lee,
That
it's
way
a
I
day
don't lose it.
trial.
It's a what?
day 11 of the actual trial because he said day
Yeah.
11 jury watch, but no, it's day 11 of the trial. That way, if people are watching for the whole thing, if I put day 11, then they'll know that that's
Same, Zombie. Same.
day 11.
Same, Zombie.
I got one from a big
That's.
company, but I'm probably going to be continue the rest of the year. I'll probably do small shop.
I used my point of them, but
That's me. That's my one that I just got. The only reason why
yep,
I got it is because I had points and got a coupon.
yep, points, and I got me another Hannah Lynn just cause.
I got me super fan picture that just came out.
That Hannah Lynn situation.
Miranda, you talking about the chit? Zombie, she wants some chit.
Not to be confused with something else that rhymes with chit.
I said, and I made it chit it. Or
Like Cheez Its, but chits.
chit.
Right, Mickey? Well, chit.
Well, chit.
Good morning, Billy.
Good morning. Good morning,
Hey,
Billy.
Billy.
Well, now it's getting a little bit chilly.
She said, now it's getting cold.
Yeah, I didn't want to say.
It's just stand out here for a few minutes. You're kind of like, and that wind's blowing. I'm going to go get my jacket.
Get in the sunshine.
There ain't none.
Oh, that's right. It was cloudy. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Ain't no sunshine when she.
When she gone. I'm not gonna sing for y'all. Y'all be disconnecting me.
Right? You should be throwing me off of the panel. I know that for sure.
Ooh, doggies. I'm going to have some more coffee here in a little bit too whenever I get them some food.
I'm trying. What in the world? Oop. I'm popping over here.
Hey, there. You better straighten up. Uh-oh. QB's gone.
Ah. She fell out.
Hold on. I'll put her back.
Mickey Joe, she says that little girl that drowned in the sand on the beach has me traumatized. I wonder how many people have disappeared like. There ain't no telling, Mickey Joe. That's what got me worried too. What kind of area was it, Mickey Joe? I don't even know nothing about that.
She said it was in one of those fancy beaches in Florida.
I thought
Lauderdale?
maybe. Could be wrong.
Fort Lauderdale Beach. She was playing.
No, Morgana. It was like they were digging a sinkhole. So they hit like a sinkhole, and it sucked her down in. Yeah, it sucked her down into it. It did, Morgana. It did. Mickey Joe ain't wrong. It did. Okay. Technically, it caved in.
I saw.
But yeah, them sinkholes, especially in Florida, they'll suck your whole car in. It's not it's serious. Steph said swallow a whole house. She ain't wrong.
They will. They're all over the place too.
It will. Oh yeah, but they're real bad in Florida.
Yep.
There you go, Miranda. Zombie found one chit, and it's just.
Did she leave again?
Yeah, we lost her. Oh, there she is.
For the love.
Real quick.
Even know the last time. Look, the last time I was like, y'all gonna cut me off if I start singing, and then I dropped out, and I was like, did y'all seriously cut me out because I started singing?
I don't cut
I
nobody off.
didn't. I don't have the power to be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Power.
Ain't buying it. I got the power. Oh,
But the computer that has StreamYard is over on the side, and then currently in front of me is the diamond picture that I'm working on. That's confetti heavy as all get out.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
you ain't wrong.
This is
It was one big
correct.
sinkhole.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I can't believe they holding out for lunch. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, they're wearing me out. These verdict watch days are exhausting.
Yes.
Sorry for the squeaky door. I'm just standing here, door cracked, watching for the bus.
Squeaky door, squeaky door. We used to have one.
Well,
Where I was at, our door would squeak. It didn't matter if it was in. It didn't matter how much WD-40 you put on that thing. It still was squeaky.
Mm-hmm.
Squeak all the time.
got to get the pins. Got to get the pins.
I did. I popped them out and everything.
Wow.
Sprayed them down, and it still did it.
You fancy. If I keep dropping in and out, I'm going to get off and restart my phone, and then I'll come back.
Anybody interested in the hold on. Let me go back and look.
I got topics to talk about too. Remember, Jenny?
Mm-hmm.
We got a new that little boy. That's so sad.
What's that guy that's on trial or he's not on trial yet? 3 kids? They were trying to throw out his confession yesterday.
Chad Dorman.
Chad Dorman.
Yeah. Trash.
He's a punk.
Trash.
Man.
I think he needs to be done the way he did them boys.
He's not a trash can. He's a trash can.
He's the whole dump. I don't even think he's a trash can. I think he's a whole dump.
He's a whole landfill.
What do you guys think about the Hannah Gutierrez, Alec Baldwin movie shooting trial? Are you all interested in that or not?
I thought that was done.
Oh no, they came back with another charges against Alec Baldwin.
I saw that, but I thought they came to an agreement.
Well, the Hannah Gutierrez chick is on trial.
Yeah, the Hannah part.
Now she's the one that was the.
Oh yeah, she was the
director of the weapons part. It was apparently. I think what they're trying to charge her with is something to do with allegedly being under the influence of alcohol or something while she was on the set.
Okay, but can we all agree that who put the bullets in there?
Right.
It's a prop gun. Ain't supposed to have no bullets.
There shouldn't have even been any bullets on the set.
The only thing that should have been there were the blanks. Because there should never have been a real live ammunition anywhere on that set, regardless.
That's what I'm saying.
The only thing that
Who
should
put
have
the
been
bullets
there,
in there?
or blanks. Exactly.
Right. Kiddo's pulling up on the bus. I'll be back in there in a few minutes after I get him situated and a bite to eat.
Okie doke. Also, too, at QB, did you see that the Petito Smith laundry, they settled? They came to a
Yeah,
settlement?
that they settled. I did.
I got the document on that. I do have
Yep,
that.
I saw that. After he said he would never settle, we'll never settle.
I
Mm-hmm. You
know.
settled now, didn't you?
Yep.
I don't know who's been feeding this cat something that ain't her cat food.
Uh-oh.
Smelly cat.
Smelly cat.
Mm-mm. Ma'am.
Smelly cat. Smelly cat.
Miranda, I agree. I don't know. Like, right, Steph, after Brandon Lee? No, we don't play with live ammo.
Mm-mm.
No. I need to know who put the bullets in the. Why are we looking at Alec and the prop lady?
Right. They should
I
have
mean,
been.
that's fine, but who put the bullets in the gun?
Right. Right. Or who even brought them to the set? You know, why was
Or
that
switched
even
them
brought
out?
to the
Maybe they
set?
switched them out for the right. Like maybe they switched them out for the blanks, and somebody loaded it thinking it was blanks. I don't know. I haven't
Well,
really
you
paid
could tell a
attention to
big
it
old
because
difference between a blank and a live. I'm
I
sorry.
know somebody
There's
that
a.
don't know.
But why the heck you messing with it if you don't know? That's my thing.
Well, if they blanks, don't matter. I'm just saying. All I know is somebody put something there, and I need to know.
Right.
Other than that, I got nothing.
Yep.
I got too many other trials to watch.
Right.
All right.
Right. And too, I got too many other cases I'm keeping up with. Like we got a
That's what I'm
new.
saying.
There's another little boy missing out of Wisconsin too, and that's a shady thing. Shady situation.
Yeah.
Big
Blanks will
time
hurt
shady.
you, but they ain't like a live round.
Mm-mm.
All these people and these children, I need them to stop.
I know. Have you seen pictures of that little boy? He is just the cutest thing too.
Yeah.
I'm just like, ooh. Yeah, Miranda, we're the same way here.
Yeah.
We keep everything separate.
Uh-oh.
Everything is
Coming
separate.
up.
I know we have movement. The camera is moving. The camera
It's
is
moving.
moving.
Jenny.
Ooh, you better get in here, girlfriend. Go hurry. Well, don't hurry too much. Don't break
I
your
don't
neck or
know.
nothing.
Don't hurry too fast, but
The wiggle of the camera. They may have questions.
they best have a verdict.
That's what I'm hoping, but you never know.
It's too close to lunch. They want lunch. Just bumped it.
Maybe.
They need to stop bumping. It's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Maybe they did bump it. The camera guy was bumping it going to lunch. I don't know.
Crazy talk.
Mm-hmm.
Still moving.
Oh, nope. We got.
Oh, Jenny!
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 You gotta hurry. We got full courtroom view. Full
Jenny!
court view. Room view. With
Jenny!
prosecution and defense are both in there too. The only one missing is the judge.
Mm-hmm. Ma'am.
Jenna. Oh, somebody. I'm gonna message
I'll
Abigail on
text
Insta.
Abigail.
Okay, you got her. Okay.
I got her. Yeah.
Oh, she's here. Jenny's here. Wrong count.
Woo!
Wait, she's here.
Unmute.
No, she's in the chat.
I
Jenny's
see
in the
her.
chat. She under the wrong count, but she here.
I know.
She said the stream is not muted, so once we have sound, we'll have sound.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, ma'am. We panicked. Whew. Sorry, we panicked. We panicked.
Yeah, Margaret, we all discombobulated.
Look, we don't like being in charge. Being in charge when we ain't got no control over the volume.
Right.
I don't know. Elaine standing with her arms crossed. It might be serious.
It could be.
I don't care if her name is Caroline. I'm gonna call
The live stream on LNC is going crazy. The
her.
chat.
I'm sure they are. Those people, I don't know. They a little toxic sometimes.
They are.
I'm gonna hang out.
Yeah, I'm here. I saw everybody like totally discombobulating, and I was like, it's okay.
We're in charge, Mom. No, it's not okay.
Not okay. It's not okay.
Yeah, I don't see the judge there either. She's not up there yet.
No, she ain't there yet, but we got prosecution and defense and transcriptor.
The next general all calm.
Yeah, I'd say they got him called and was like, be here in 15 minutes or whatever.
Yep. And they were all like outside.
Probably.
Well, Steph, there is people in the audience area. Yeah, I see heads. You just probably can't see it because of the banner, the verdict watch banner.
Yeah.
But on the live stream, there are people in there.
Hang on, whenever
Margaret,
I get
we
back,
did got scared.
I'll take verdict watch banner off.
Oh, you're fine.
Brenda.
It's okay.
Do it from
Hey,
here.
Brenda.
See.
Hi, Kel.
Settings. Nope, that's not what I want. Let me go back. More. How do I do it from here? Oh, there it is. I see.
This cameraman jumped. He jumped too quick.
He
We need
did.
him to stop.
Okay, there. I took the banner off.
See, Steph, we got heads in the audience area.
Hey, Brenda. Yes, it's QB. Hi.
They're going to say the verdict and we won't hear anything because Jenny left it muted. No, I left the audio on so that I left the audio. I mean, that would have been like me though, right? I left the audio on so that whenever I was on another tab, I would hear if they came back.
Yeah. See, that's what I was like.
Woo.
Oh, did she mute it? Did she not mute it? Is it on? Is it not on? That's what I was worried about.
I was out there having a discussion with the bus driver about the whole AT&T business. Their phones are still messed up. And he's
Judge is here.
All rise.
Muting. And of course, when she comes in, they go straight to her. And now we see the empty chair. Abigail.
Oh, Abigail, there's a verdict. Don't say I didn't tell you.
I was gonna message you on Instagram, Abigail, and then QB said she was gonna text you. So I figured you thought get the text first. And Jenny's trying to like do 500 things at one time, and we know how that is.
Jenny was chat driver. We're over here panicking
Yes.
because we didn't know if it was muted or not.
Yep. Yep.
Brenda, he does not have to come today, and word on not be available.
Oh, here it says they have a question.
Oh, dang.
Oh, come on.
That was a tweet that I just saw pop across my phone. So I don't know if that's.
We got you, Abadoo, even if your real wife doesn't.
Hey now.
What? She said it.
I'm a rock star. I got my game on.
You are doing really good with what you got going on right now, Jenny. So props to you on that.
Well, I've just made 1.5 peanut butter sandwiches. I got juice in one cup. I got milk going in the other cup. I got the dog going out to pee.
You're doing good. You're doing good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how they have a question. There's no question. There's no question.
Except
Abigail.
Abadoo, you mean.
Oh, well,
how far does Mickey live from you?
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. How far does Mickey Joe live from you, Jenny? Because she
Literally
said it is pouring outside.
She lives right around the corner. Can y'all hear me?
Look how little he is. I still like him. I don't care.
Okay, now the TV start blaring. Joey's TV in her bedroom is pretty quiet, but here, baby, do you want this?
Hi.
Bye.
Yes, Morgana.
Rocks.
Okay.
Margaret. I'm getting names confused over here. Margaret, he is a tall dude.
I get Margaret and Morgana mixed up pretty easily in the chat. I have to really look
Yes.
at the name.
We haven't figured that out yet, Miranda. Because tall dude is really tall.
Yes.
What did barbecue do? What? Zombie.
Huh? Oh, we lost QB. And she's down.
Rude.
I got
and
you.
She's back.
Rude.
It's the sandwiches. It's always the sandwiches. It's always the sandwiches.
Abigail, we all left when you got here.
No. Oh, Lord.
Mine's just, I don't know, it's acting up today. I'm here, y'all.
I hate it here.
I do hate it here. Hate it here.
Abigail.
Oh.
That's why I mentioned yesterday, do we need to buy Pip Pop a suit and tie?
Mm-hmm.
Brenda
asked. Go ahead.
It was the bald headed and the salt and pepper and the suit that did it for her.
Oh, short guy's talking to somebody up there in the audience.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need him to pull his sleeves down, sir. Thank you. Fix your sleeves.
Steph said Brenda asked if someone is filing her nails. That would be QB.
No, I was not.
Yeah,
I
you were.
was. Um,
Yeah, you were.
no, he has a wedding ring, Zabi. Don't worry, I
Yeah,
checked a long time ago. See, y'all just come look, y'all just getting on this trip. I've been saying it since okay. I'm like, he's so sweet. Look at him. He's like, here, have some water. I'm just saying, y'all are late to the game. I
Oh,
was here
Brenda,
first.
that's good news. Brenda, that's excellent news.
Oh, yay.
Yay! Glad to hear it.
Yay. Oh, and they're all approaching again. So we're going to look at the empty chair.
Mm.
Very good news.
But yes, very good news, Brenda.
Ooh, they have lap pads with lock buttons.
Wait, what?
Lap pads with lock buttons.
Oh yeah, I bought one they sell them separate too.
Well, I saw the little separate
I
pieces
bought
that
one
you
to
can
put
buy.
on. Yeah, I bought one for Ems because she kept turning it off.
Wonder what they're talking about.
Hey, did you get the
Right?
peanut butter open?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't. Dale did.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
I
Well,
could not
Brenda
get.
asked. No, who asked? Sherry asked.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I
not
couldn't get it
filing my
open.
nails. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Lee, I agree with you on that one. Always good when someone has good news from the doctor's visit.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to let us know when you hear back from your visit. And how did your visit go anyway, by the way?
Oh, he's
So,
standing back. Well, we
Oh,
what are we
they're
doing now?
don't leave.
Wait. What?
baby come
No,
back.
no, no.
Uh, what is this?
Uh-uh.
What is this? What are they going to go?
Psych.
Looks like the prosecution's going to talk to victims. Look, what's Twitter talking about?
Oh,
Hold on.
snap.
Let me go. Let me look at Twitter.
Yeah, go get some Twitter updates. Go do that. Go do that.
Go do that. Let me
Please,
go look.
please.
Let's see what the X is saying.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Come here, X. Where you at?
Hmm. Lord have mercy. So they're looking in that box, evidence box. What is she
Oh
doing?
my lord! What?
Ma'am.
Oh, what do you mean you believe I know? I know what, Lee? I don't know how your doctor's appointment went. Margaret, I know. Cannot be discombobulated all morning. And how are you feeling, by the way?
Refresh.
She's fed up with it too, barbecue, said
Oh lord.
Morgana.
They immediately
Well, we're back
called.
on
The
track.
judge immediately called all attorneys to the sidebar. I do know that. Let's see here. Jerry has a question. I'm trying to find one of those local reporters that tweet.
Did you see the shirt
Judge
that Crystal
said, but
Story's
not
wearing?
read in open court. Here, I just got an update. Here, let me check this one. It says jury question, but not read in open court. Handled at sidebar, and the jury will get the response back via note. So no verdict. Just a question. Just a
Mm,
question. Just a question.
rude. Whoop.
Dang.
I don't know. You know my theory. Think long, think wrong. Oh, maybe that's just when you play cards. We always say that when we play cards. Think long, think wrong. Hey, 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 hey. What do you guys in the chat want to do for entertainment?
I think we should watch more Snoop. I'm just saying.
Margaret says the question, can we have lunch before we convict this trash can? Answer via note. Yes.
Margaret.
Oh, Kelly, you have a good day too. You have a good day too. No,
Kel,
not a
I'm
good
on
day.
mute because
You have a great
the
day.
diva.
Why are you muting? Because of the diva? We like the diva. She sounds how I feel.
She said she sounds like how I feel.
She does. She sounds how I feel. I mean, I feel like also. So, baby, come back. Oh. Kayleen says, Lee, I would like a selection of lunch meat sandwiches for lunch, please. She ain't doing that.
Y'all, she doing the absolute most over here. I think she's settled, maybe.
Okay, now I got the.
Sorry, we're just like looking all over everything.
Yeah, we're trying to find some info out whenever we need to.
Mm. I'm looking at what you sent, the Delphi thing.
Yep, I got the Delphi thing, and I sent the evidence list of the jury scene, and I've got more stuff too. So lots of more.
What was that? I saw something about Judge Boyce.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Is there something going on with Chad Daybell today?
I can go check.
I'm looking. Oh wait, live coverage from courtroom. Chad Daybell pretrial conference, 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Well, we're gonna have to go check that out. Let me go see if I can find a feed for that real quick.
Oh, I just said Judge Boyce doesn't know his IT people got the live stream working. He just announced on his live stream that it wasn't working. So he's got a live stream. I think he had a channel, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It's streaming right now. Pre-trial conference.
Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna. Because his trial should be coming up soon.
Uh-huh. Do you need a link?
Um, I'm looking. I don't see anything yet. Let me run over to
Yeah.
Judge Boyce's
Mhm.
YouTube channel.
Here's this.
Okay, here we go. Chad Daybell, I got it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep, yep.
Let me pause that and then. Was it supposed to have started earlier or?
I have no idea.
Because they're like behind us. Uh,
Here's this too regarding Chad Daybell. You're not showing anything on screen, by the way.
yeah, I know. I'm trying to find and make sure I got the right one.
Let's see here. Okay, you're doing that. I'm gonna catch up on chat real quick. We have like lunch meet. Let's see here. Yes, Lee. And Lee said, as you know, Lenore had breast cancer diagnosed and then had it removed from her right breast. Well, the test results show a suspicious shadow that they suggest a biopsy on the same breast. They are afraid it may have returned, but we will not know until her oncologist appointment next week. Oh, so sorry. Prayers for Lenore.
Good grief. I'm sorry, Lee. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh.
Definitely be saying prayers for her.
Yes, most definitely.
And I thought the appointment was for you. I didn't know it was for her.
Mm.
This is the while we're waiting for the verdict again. We'll catch this pretrial conference here for Chad Daybell. Did not realize that this was going to be today. I'm sure I had it on my calendar, but I can't keep up with everything. I mean, there's just so much, right?
Yes. And I'll keep an eye on Break Watch. I got that on the other device. Still. Lee said that they scheduled them at the same time. Mine was good news, bad news thing, but nothing like hers.
Mm.
Right.
Well, good news, bad news. I mean, I hope the bad news wasn't horrible news.
No joke.
Okay. So this is the Chad Daybell pretrial conference. I don't know how long this is. Looks like it's only
Looks like
been
it's a
live
short
for
one.
about 8-9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how long this is going to be. It's not. They're still live, but they only just started a few minutes ago. So, but we'll go ahead and hit play. I'm gonna mute myself and Sugar related. That's what I thought. How were the numbers, Lee? How were the numbers?
Yes.
All right, good morning. We are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. This is the time scheduled for the pretrial conference. Actually, the pretrial conference was scheduled at 9:30. We have intended to live stream this proceeding for public access. However, due to some technical problems that have arisen, apparently with audio not working correctly, our IT's not been able to resolve that, and in the interest of moving this hearing along, the court will note that it won't be live streamed, I believe, because of the technical issue. However, obviously the hearing's open to the public, and
It's not live streaming as I'm live streaming. That's basically what that guy's tweet was about. Oh my God. That was funny.
there is a FTR recording, which is audio as well as a transcript from the court reporter. So with that in mind, I'll note that the state's here represented by Mr. Wood and Ms. Blake, and the defense is represented, Mr. Pryor here, as well as the defendant, Mr. Daybell. This is the time set for the pretrial conference, and the court will note that I did have a hearing yesterday with counsel that was a closed sealed hearing related to the jury questionnaire. And we discussed a few of the issues for today, but in general terms, the court will just note that this matter is scheduled for a jury trial that is currently set for April 1st through May 31st of this year in Ada County. The court's scheduling order has listed out other deadlines coming up, and I've discussed that with counsel. In general terms, then, noting the dates of the trial, there were a few matters the court wanted to raise, and then I'll get to counsel specifically with any questions or concerns you have about trial. Let me go back to this questionnaire then. The court does intend to and will be distributing a jury questionnaire to start the voir dire process before we begin evidence in the trial. The questionnaire has been now approved in its contents by counsel based on our hearing yesterday. The only remaining alterations will be the completion of the witness list that would be included in the questionnaire, and I will have a final version to be approved by counsel before it's printed off and distributed to potential jurors in Ada County. So knowing that we'll still have that final last look with the witness list completed with that. And is it you, Ms. Blake, today for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any other questions or concerns on the questionnaire other than what we discussed yesterday and what I mentioned here this morning?
No, Your Honor, the state has no other concerns.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. On behalf of Mr. Daybell, anything further to add on that questionnaire?
No, Court Judge, and as I previously noted to the court, my list of witnesses was provided to your staff, I believe, on either Friday or Saturday evening. So I think I've complied with the court's directive regarding this disclosure of witnesses.
All right, thank you, counsel. The next topic I guess I'll bring up then is it does relate to witnesses at trial. The court's entered an order that the trial will be live streamed on the court's channel. The concern that I have there and would need counsel to instruct carefully any witnesses, there will be an order for exclusion of witnesses, I presume, entered in this case, and that relates to witnesses not observing testimony before they testify. I guess 2 points to bring up there. Number one, if there are victims attending the trial, we had this issue come up and made some decisions on that in the prior case where Lori Vallo's trial went through, and who was permitted to remain in court under the victim statute if they were in fact a witness and who was not. So if counsel could just keep that in mind. And then secondly, with it being live streamed, Certainly that gives anyone an opportunity to be observing and watching the trial before they testify. And so the court is going to be requiring a witness to testify under oath that they've not been observing trial proceedings before they testify. Otherwise, if I find they violated the exclusionary order, then they may not be permitted to testify. So, Ms. Blake, then on behalf of the state, if you would just keep that in mind in terms of who's going to be in attending trial that may be a victim and witness, in addition to making sure you instruct any potential witnesses that they're not permitted to observe the proceedings on the live stream or in any other way before their testimony, then we'll try to avoid that situation coming up at trial.
Your Honor, I think we're finalizing any list of people that intend to attend the trial in person. In anticipation of an exclusionary rule, the state has sent out a letter with our subpoenas, which we always send out. We did add a section regarding the exclusionary rule, advising the witnesses that we believed it would be this court's intention to put that into place, that they would be questioned about it, and that they should not be watching or observing any trial unless otherwise permitted by the court, so such as the victims.
All right. Thanks for the representation there, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, any concerns or questions on, and at this point, I guess it is just my intention to have an exclusionary order entered. I'll ask if there is going to be any objection to that. Mr. Pryor, do you agree that would be appropriate to enter in the case?
Judge, I think that is appropriate, and I anticipated the court was going to do that based on the Vallow trial. I included actually in my actual subpoenas, Judge, language that directed every witness that has been subpoenaed not to discuss or review the case, look at the trial. It's included as a part of the subpoena that was issued. So if the court looks at some of the subpoenas I'd issued, you will note that there's a section on every one of my subpoenas that talks about the fact that they are not to observe the trial proceedings under any circumstances. So law enforcement officers, all of those folks have been directed to do that. My only concern, Judge, is that many of my witnesses are going to be witnesses that need to be subpoenaed and aren't necessarily would show up voluntarily. So I'm concerned that they may use that as a mechanism to get out of testifying. But if that's the case, we can discuss that during the trial if I think that has occurred. But, other than that, Judge, I agree with your exclusionary rule, and I think it's fair to invoke that. In terms of, I understand the state's going to have some victims there. Previously, Judge, the court allowed me a couple of seats for the Vallow trial. I would like the same opportunity to have 2 to 3 seats if possible. I have, I believe on my list, 7 expert witnesses, Judge. And my expert witnesses are obviously not covered by the exclusionary rule. They're allowed to view the proceedings as experts. And at various stages of the trial, I'm going to need these experts to have an opportunity to be able to sit there and view some of the proceedings. So I'm not particularly comfortable with live streaming or letting them view that live stream. I don't have a lot of trust in what's going on there. No offense to the IT people, but I'm going to need some seats for those folks to be present during the trial. So.
Okay, well, I'll certainly be able to accommodate some designated seating for approved personnel that might be assisting in the defense of the case. We can discuss that before, once we get started with jury selection process, we'll take a look at the courtroom and designate some particular seats, and that would apply also for the state to have some designated seating for certain individuals that are approved and not subject to the exclusionary rule. Ms. Blake, then just going back on that, does the state have any objection if the court just enters a written exclusionary order prior to commencing trial?
Judge, I think as a general rule, the state does not. I think sometimes a concern comes up that if witnesses are not inclined to testify, they may intentionally review or view some testimony as a mechanism to try to avoid testifying. Only for that reason, I don't know if the court believes that it would be appropriate to do some kind of an admonishment at the outset in addition to the written order. just advising something along those lines. We don't want to run into that situation for the state or the defense witnesses.
I concur, Judge. That's my only concern is that the state's aware of my witnesses and some of those folks may try to do that. And if that's the case, we're going to have an individual hearing. I hate to think that people would do that, but if that happens, the state, that they may have people who try to do that as well for the defense. So exclusionary rule is fine, Judge, but maybe leave the opportunity to address individual witnesses if we find their behavior may not be entirely pure.
Understood. And it's an interesting concern, but I think it can be resolved on a witness by witness basis if it comes up. The exclusion, of course, is discretionary. If the court finds there's a violation, it's not an automatic sanction or really even governed by any rules. So if I were to determine someone had tried to intentionally avoid testifying, they can still be compelled to testify, brought in under subpoena and required to testify. It would just be a question of whether or not that's influenced their testimony in any way, but certainly does not automatically preclude them being required to testify. And I would likely compel someone to testify if, in fact, I thought they were trying to use that as a shield against being required to testify. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but I would instruct counsel to, of course, advise anyone that you do intend to call if you have an opportunity to talk to them, that that's probably a strategy that would not be effective if they thought it was going to be. All right, so what I'll likely do then is just, so I have it in the file and everyone's aware, we'll get an order issued sometime before trial starts that will provide for the exclusion of witnesses. The other matter I wanted to bring up before we went on to some more nuts and bolts of the trial proceedings, there was a motion that had been filed, not set for hearing or determined. The defense filed a motion on January 30 to extend time for expert disclosures. I did briefly address that yesterday. I understand, Mr. Pryor, that based on the state's response and further proceedings, you're withdrawing that motion and do not intend to get a ruling on that. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge. At this time, we're withdrawing that motion. It was more of a protective mechanism based on some information that the state disclosed to me, some evidence. They did that within the time addressed by the court and permitted by the court. There was no issue. It was just, I had some concerns. Those have been alleviated in discussions with the state, so we're prepared to go forward.
All right, then the court will not schedule any hearing or make a determination on that January 30th motion, and the court will deem it withdrawn at this time. The final procedural issue I wanted to bring up was the filing of an amended indictment, which the state filed 2 days ago. Mr. Pryor, were you aware that an amended indictment was filed in the case?
Yes, Judge.
All right, on that amended indictment, given the timing, I guess I want to make an inquiry as to whether or not the defense intends to raise any challenge to the amendment on the indictment, and if so, we'd probably need to look at scheduling a hearing on that.
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's fine. So the court would note that amendments of indictments are allowed at this stage of the proceedings. So I guess I'm wondering if you intend any challenge to the amended indictment or whether or not there won't be a challenge. So just for scheduling purposes, if we need to have any hearing on that issue before trial.
And Judge, I think if the court recalls, the state filed a motion to amend the indictment. What they didn't do is, and I was aware of this, I've had a number of discussions with the prosecutor, they just didn't get the amended indictment based on the court's ruling finalized. This is the
Well, Lord have mercy, they don't fool around. They're like, whenever this is done, it's done.
Yeah,
Or wait, am I mistaken?
that's maybe the IT issues.
Hold on, let me. Weird. Nah.
Nah. It's done.
Ay.
It's
Okay,
done.
fine then.
It's
Be that way,
done.
Judge Boyce.
Right?
Right. Oh, okay. So while we were listening to that, I did get a couple little bits of little nuggets of
Little nuggets.
information.
Yay.
Yeah. Let me run over here and find it and I'll share it with
Nuggies.
y'all. I'll share it with y'all.
Y'all.
Y'all. Chia.
She's singing a Chia Pet song, y'all.
Uh-oh. Giveaway.
Giveaway time. No, here we go. Okay. So, about the whole jury question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Let me share this real quick. Twitter. So this is Kathy Russin from Law and Crime. And she has, this is her Twitter. And I got a little notification that scrolled across my phone. Oh, look at this. Trending in the United States, AT&T. Do you guys see that?
I saw that when I
Yeah, it was on mine
Thanks,
too.
Twitter.
Yeah. US Cellular also.
And Harmony Montgomery. Oh,
Mhm.
and no service.
Yep.
Okay, so we have where did it go? Where did it go now? Where'd it go now? All right, so here was the jury question. If it'll open.
I saw it. How does ooh,
Well, where was the question at?
It was just there.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Yeah.
Here it is. Update. It says judge has provided the question. How does the court define consciously disregarded? Consciously disregarded. That was their question. What is the definition? How does the court define consciously disregarded? So that apparently is a term, phrase, whatever, used in their instructions. And then their answer here, the answer, jury has been given the legal definition of the mental state recklessly. You must use the definition provided. You should use your common sense and judgment and consider the ordinary usage of the terms within the definition. This is connected to the second-degree murder charge as noted on page 12 of the jury instructions. Hold on, somebody dropped. I think it was QB. There we go.
of course it was.
Of course it was. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Nope, it won't do it. Never will. It will never do that for me. For me. Hold on a second. I know
Watch how
you
you share
guys.
that on the screen.
Huh?
I said, watch how you share that on the screen.
Why?
Because if you share it, it's going to ask you share and where. Does that make sense? Oh, never mind. Your pop-up probably isn't going to be shared through StreamYard. Never mind. Ignore me.
Oh. I was confused for a minute. You'll have to
Ween baby.
explain to me in
Ween,
plain words afterwards, maybe.
Yeah.
Ween baby said he was being a trash bag.
Oh, okay. A trash bag. Now I
Trash
get it.
bag. I like it.
Because I thought she was trying to say he was being a trash bag purse. And then I was thinking, or I mean, a trash can purse. A
Trash can purse.
And then I was thinking, okay, maybe she's trying to say like purse in a different, like, never mind. Forget it. Just forget it. Just forget it.
We're okay.
No,
Okay, so this says second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life.
Yeah, that fits.
This is so small. This is so small. The defendant, I'm having to like really look hard. Hold on. Let me see if this helps if I put these reading glasses. Nope, it's too far away. Okay. I'm like right up on this. I'm eating this microphone. The defendant is charged with the crime of second-degree murder recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. The definition of this crime has 3 parts or elements. The state must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Thus, the state must prove that 1. The defendant caused the death of Harmony Montgomery, and 2. Harmony Montgomery was under the age of 13, and 3. The defendant acted recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. These are the elements of the crime of second-degree murder, recklessly with extreme indifference to the value of human life. Certain words in the definition need to be defined. Recklessly, and then it says, a person acts recklessly when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a certain result. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that, considering the circumstances known to him, its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct that a law-abiding person would observe in the situation.
Okay, that fits.
Here it says there are several components of a reckless mental state that the state must prove. They are: 1, the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a particular result, and 2, the defendant consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, he elected to disregard the risk and take the chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. It is not enough for the state, ... because it goes to the next, and I don't know what the next page is, so.
So here's my concern on that. When they say the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustified risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. If he is of the state of mind, I'm playing devil's clavicle here. If he was drugged out or in a rage.
Oh, my word.
And we lost her.
Yes,
Crap.
ma'am.
Hey.
Hey, another CG. Welcome.
Would he, if he was in, I don't know how much you heard, if he was in a cracked out or a drugged out or a raged out state, would he be aware of the risk? Devicle's clavicle.
I mean,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that could be why they're asking.
Margaret says, I'm in a Zoom meeting and the speaker just said the word pivot.
Pivot.
Elizabeth, that's a good point too. She says, but they can't use that to make a decision if it was not presented during the testimonies. I don't know.
What do you mean, Elizabeth? Because I get what you're saying.
Good thing you're on mute, Margaret. All right, well, you guys hash that out. QB?
I ain't hashing nothing. What?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't making no hash browns?
What? No, I'm making hash browns.
I would like some hash browns.
Mm-hmm.
I think they can make a decision as to what his mindset was, though. I mean, that's what this whole thing is about.
It would mean they're assuming facts, right? Not supposed to do that.
I get where you're going with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get where you're going with that. I just feel like they were trying to his demeanor as, I don't know.
Margaret, I wasn't until QV said that. And now I'm like, oh God. I don't know.
I'm concerned the fact that regardless of if my take on it is right, wrong, or indifferent, I am concerned about that question because they're questioning what qualifies. Why are we questioning that?
It could be too that something was mentioned. It could be too. It's mentioned because it may be on the jury form. Does that make sense?
Well,
if something like that.
That's what this here is. The jury.
Is that the jury instructions?
Yeah.
Yeah, because she said you're going to have to use the reckless, not what they asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Zabi, I'm sorry. Oh. Regardless, the fact that they asked that question makes me think that they're deliberating about the second-degree murder charge.
Yeah.
And whether it's justified or not. And that makes me nervous.
Yep. But, like, in closing, what the prosecution said, Adam was the one who said that he did certain things to Harmony. Adam is the one whose handprints and fingerprints. Adam was the one who was seen with the bag,
Yep.
And that was a prolonged period of time. So,
you're saying consciously disregarded would just be disregarded. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, here's some of this is what I think, this is what you were sending me
the evidence
maybe earlier
list.
this morning. It says, here's a look at some of the evidence that was presented in Adam Montgomery's trial. Jurors can ask to see any of it during deliberations. And so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. I was getting at the whole like Tootsie Roll Pop dude, you know. Ow.
I hate it here.
Well, now we can't hear you.
Right?
Y'all can't hear me?
Oh, now I can't.
Come on. Say it. Say it. We know you want to say it.
I hate it here.
I hate it here.
Okay.
Conscious making a decision, disregard equals ignore. So to
Mhm.
me, it means he decided to ignore it.
Right.
Yeah, so conscious decision, it's a psychological thing. So you can unconsciously make a decision and you're not aware of it.
Right.
You make the decision based on your life experiences, not necessarily choosing to make that decision. Consciously
Mhm.
deciding is you think it through, you make the decision, and you act on it.
And you know the consequences.
And
Right,
you know the
Margaret, like
consequences.
Margaret literally said, I unconsciously decided to get another cup of coffee. It's like you don't even have to like think about it. When you go to the stop sign, right? You go to the stop sign on your way home from work, you get to the
Margaret's
stop sign. You don't even have to think about it. You just unconsciously, subconsciously, in conscience, unconscious, on conscience, sideways conscience,
right.
decide to turn left because that's how you get home. But you didn't have to
Margaret
think
said
about it.
she unconsciously gets a cup of conscious. I get you, and I feel
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
on so many levels.
Which,
Mhm.
by the way, I'm going for another cup myself. So,
It's gonna be me and QB.
It might just be you. My thing
Hey,
is acting wonky today.
I'm
well, hold
sending
on.
good vibes.
Let me pull up this. Let me pull this up. This is. I don't know if you can see this or not.
Mm-mm.
No, it's kind of hard to see on the screen.
Yeah, no.
Is
I'm
that
just trying.
the exhibit list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang
Let
on,
me
I can
just
pull it up
save
on my
it.
phone.
Yeah. We
Pull it
got
up
it
on
on
my
our
phone.
panel chat.
Oof.
Baby, come back.
Did I leave again?
No, you still here.
Oh, hey. I've got it on my phone. I can blow it up.
Mhm.
I've got I just saved it. I can probably share it, but I'll have to do it for each individual picture, which is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I've got it.
Me. Okay. Uh, window. I think this is it.
Whoa. Oh, sorry.
Oop, back up one. There you go.
All right. Can you see that now?
Mhm.
So this is the exhibit list. It looks like it starts with the photographs of the
The house.
Residents and then the
Gilbert Street
Sebring.
address. Yeah. So we'll look at that for a few minutes, and then I'm going to run and grab my coffee. And QB, if you drop off, I will run to your rescue as soon as I can.
Thanks, friend.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Margaret, did you say you have laryngitis today? Oh no.
Jump on my phone too, just in case.
I'm sorry, Margaret.
Oh, it won't stay like that forever.
Mm-mm. No.
You'll be okay.
She said she had a panic attack thinking, wow, no.
Not four wonky people talking.
Yeah.
Jenny forgot we can't scroll.
I know. But I will say like, what is it? Like it only goes down to item 20 anyway.
No,
And
I have
so
longer than that.
no, on this first page.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like we can't scroll.
Yeah.
It's the Sebring, the Guilford Street residence, towing documents, toothbrush,
Mhm.
Facebook messages, and then the maps.
Yeah.
And
And then we have a page
and
2.
really, yeah. And it's hard to tell because can't remember, like it's MER1. Well, that was the person who took it and which one it
Mhm.
was, but it doesn't say what it is.
Right. Right.
So I don't,
Oh, I remember the MER ones was the pieces and photos of the ceiling tile.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. You're right.
All the
You're right.
MER was that.
You're right. That's why you're the great googly moogly.
I took notes on that. I had to flip over for a second, and I was like, "Oh, that's what this is."
Yeah, because there's the rail
Mm-hmm.
on page
Mhm.
3.
Yep.
I was interested. And maybe I missed it, but in the closing, he was like, they bought lime, meaning to buy lie. But did they ever mention that, like during the trial? Because the whole time I was like, I'm sure they meant to buy lie, but I don't remember them mentioning that.
It was a very brief.
Okay.
Prosecution brought up very briefly, like literally like one comment made.
Okay. Probably because they didn't have evidence to the fact.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it was something that was just slightly mentioned and then moved on.
I got
So, and then like you said, it's most likely because of the fact that there's no evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
he did so good. And I'm glad we watched it again because I was on like 2x speed.
Mm-hmm.
And I did.
You're missing stuff. Good. Yeah. Even on 2x speed, you'll miss a little bit here and there or whatever. But yeah.
You get the gist, but yeah, I did miss stuff. So I was glad we went back.
Yep.
But yeah, he did so good.
Oh, on page 3,
Next
it's the breakdown of the sheetrock. That's what all that is.
And the rails, and the rails and stuff.
Mm-hmm, because he added additional identification numbers to every little piece.
Yep. Then
on page 4, the Econo-Lodge records. Yeah, that's where he would go through the tolls and what photographs they got of that.
Yep.
Let's see here.
It's a lot of evidence.
It is 118 pieces of evidence. That's a lot of evidence, y'all.
Yep.
Because I know with like the MER1, MER2, it's broke down even more on page 3. MER 3D rail. Give me 2 seconds, QB. I'll be right back, okay?
No. Okay.
I got to check on my dad real quick. I'll be right back.
Hi, Papa. Now would be about the time I would drop out.
I got you, QB. I got you.
Am I back?
Huh?
I said, am I back?
I didn't know you were gone.
I
heard her say she had to go to bed, so I was like, "Oh, let me hop on here." So QB's not.
Oh yeah, no. The minute she go check on my dad, I lost the feed.
Oh my Lord!
Okay, I may not have dropped from y'all, but I dropped from me. I hope y'all didn't hear me saying all the. I really need to get my life together.
Gotta grab some water. I need to have a. You ever like want to eat but don't want to take the time to eat, so you just like grab a spoonful of peanut butter or a couple pieces of cheese?
Facts.
I'm the queen of
Bag of Chex Mix.
grab and run.
Yep. Like I'm hungry, but I don't want to make something. So okay, Chex Mix.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
I need to
We
get.
kind of went over the evidence.
Yeah, I could hear y'all. I could hear you.
I don't
Oh,
know what is going on with my. It must be that whole outage thing. But I'm in and out, in and out, in and out.
well, that's all right. Things happen the way they. Things happen the way that they happen.
Kind of annoying though.
Nah. Okay, I'm back in my room. I'm gonna exit out of this one so I can get back on my laptop.
Okay. It'll be okay. I can handle it.
Boo!
Boo. Yikes.
Did I scare you?
Eee.
Did I scare you? Oh my goodness! Hold on.
Okay, back.
Oh, you're back too. We came back at the same time.
Yeah, I came back. Sorry.
Yay. How's Papa? He good?
Papa's good. He's good. He's good.
Okay.
He had a notification about a future appointment and he wasn't sure about it, so I had to explain it. So we're all good.
Very good.
Yes.
Okay, so what were you all talking about while I was? I mean, I could hear you, but I didn't know if you
We're
got
just
through
kind of
the.
evidence.
Yeah, we were just kind of going through it and looking at some of the other pages and kind of remembering what some of the evident name or identification number descriptions. So,
Moogly took great notes.
yeah.
Googly is a good note taker.
Yeah. She's a
Y'all,
really good one. Googly's a lot of good things.
thank y'all.
She
You
is.
smile.
She is a lot of really good things.
I was laughing earlier.
Yep.
You were like, I never used to chat. I used to always lurk. I was like,
I did.
look at you
I
now.
did. I know. Look, now I'm up here on a live stream and everything.
You're a whole ninja.
Oh, dang. You are.
Oh, ninja. Oh, Lord.
She's a super spy. Super spy.
Super spy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, so let me go over here now that I can see where I'm at and what I'm doing. Did you guys make it through the list, or were we still going through that? Do you need me to open up a certain page?
We kind of read it off because we both
Yeah.
had it, but you can go through it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go through it if you want to. I mean, it's
everybody
listed
can see
in
it.
it. Yeah. And I mean, we went through, there's 118 different items. So through the whole thing.
Okay. I'm going to do a quick, let me just do a really quick search on.
I'm going to grab my pack.
I will tell you, Jenny, page 3 is the breakdown of the individual pieces of the ceiling tiles and the rails, where he identified all the little pieces and stuff. Whereas on Page 2 is the actual larger pieces. You remember? Because they like, example, MER3 was the big section. Well, then the forensics guy who was trying to figure out where they could find more evidence broke down that big piece into smaller pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I heard you mention that, and I was like, oh, okay.
yeah.
So we got big parts and little parts.
Yes.
Went in the freezer to get my ice pack and saw the ice cream, and now I want ice cream. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so this, you guys should see this little picture. This is so sweet. Hold on. Oh my God, it's so cute. Let me go back and find it for you all.
Mhm.
Look at this.
Yeah, I seen that one today.
Aww. Oh, that one.
Isn't that so sweet? Oh, my heart. Oh God.
It's sad. It's so
She's
sad.
beautiful.
That smile.
Mm.
That smile.
Whew.
Mm.
All right. I'm a massive like refresh.
Mm-hmm.
I do that, but then I lose the things I was looking at.
That's why I send them to myself.
Yeah.
I copy
Yeah,
links
I'm
and send
learning
them
to do
myself.
that. Yeah, I'm learning to do that. Because usually when you refresh, it's like, oh, okay. It adds a couple things to the top. It doesn't totally disappear. I'm like, dang, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
What?
What?
Here, I'll send it on a panel chat. Oh, wait, where'd it go? There it goes. Bam. Dead.
Not another one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what I got on the scanner.
Good Lord.
I'm telling you.
It won't let me see it. It keeps telling me to retry. Let me.
Oh.
Oh, wait. I got it. Looks like a. Oh, hey, Joanna. Did I miss you coming in? I did not see you come in, little girl.
Hey, Joanna.
I did not see you come in, doll face.
Oh, here's this one.
I know,
It's
it's
something
cute.
new. That was just done recently too. That last thing I sent you guys.
Yeah.
Lord.
18 counts.
Yeah.
Crap.
He's wanted out of Wyoming, so
JB's sending me like breaking news.
of course I can't sit still. Y'all know this.
Not on the cases that we've been covering, but new stuff. Apparently there's another school shooter in Phoenix. And
That
some
one's
dude
like,
from, what is
sorry.
it?
I said either that one's super, super new or they've already taken care of because it's not on the scanner.
Okay.
This
I'm not
says
sure, but
today at 9:52 a.m., but that's with it being in, if that's Phoenix, Arizona, I don't know what time
so
zone they're
that's
in.
Mountain. It's either Mountain or Pacific. Said 3. Oh, it's gonna have to be Mountain.
It would have been about
Yeah, that's the mountain time.
a couple hours ago then.
I'm just not seeing it on the scanner.
Mm.
Let me do Phoenix.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I love that face. This is like one of those gifts that she's always like, what?
Y'all know that baby's like 21 now.
Mm-hmm.
She's still floating around the internet.
Mm-hmm. She's been around a long time.
Long time.
Funny. Jury has reached a verdict
What?
in the
Shut
case.
up.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
God, for the love, please.
We don't have a live feed yet. It's still on the flag.
No. But I just saw it says verdict is in. Breaking news.
Yeah. Whoo. Margaret said, "Bye,
Jury
Zoom call."
verdict in the case against Adam Montgomery, murder of Romany trial. Yep, verdict is in. Verdict is in. This is
I
according to
hope
court
that.
TV.
Oh, it's coming up on the LC
Yeah, it's coming up.
chat is going
Yep.
crazy right now.
Crazy. Yep.
I mean, it is like nonstop.
Yeah.
Lord, I pray that question didn't have nothing to do with.
I know.
Well, I think maybe, hopefully, it just had somebody questioning, and they were like, okay, for clarity's sake, let's let them ask the judge, and whatever that was, seal the deal. They went back in the room or whatever. And that,
Margaret.
what'd she say?
Margaret's cracking me up. Like, bye, Zoom call. Bye, I fainted. I'm out.
They'll know I'm at home sick. I'll just tell them I fainted. I fainted from the boredom of their meeting.
You snorted.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and share this tab. We're going to go ahead and share the flag. Let's wait on the flag. So I've got, we're live. Volume is up. We're ready to roll.
We're on the flag now. We're expanding out.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, y'all.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Somebody call out. I just messaged her.
Deep breath. Oh, I just texted Abigail.
I'm glad you all
That's
say
her
stuff.
sister
I better
wife.
text her too, because if I don't, then she'll
Yeah,
say,
she can
okay,
Yeah, you're done. You're divorced.
Yep, you go.
Zombie said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Don't let them start."
Oh, Lord. Steph said, I texted too.
Oh, wow. She says, thank you. I'll be there in a few.
She must have got multiple
She's probably like,
texts
God
'cause she's
almighty. Everybody's messaging me all at once.
It's exactly what it is.
she sent me Lamau. She must have got a bunch of texts.
Margaret,
Yeah.
absolutely. You know what?
Texts.
Margaret, that is an excellent, excellent, excellent idea. If everybody could and
Yes.
would put some hearts,
Yeah.
hands, prayers in the chat and from your lips to God's ears, that justice is served today.
Oh, hi.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Absolutely.
She wants me to tell her when we know everybody
y'all.
else is starting opening for the rest of the case. So she's going to watch that little.
Yo,
Ooh,
there's
why are they talking
Crystal.
to Chris? Why does this look
That is
scary?
the victim advocate. That's the witness victim
Okay.
advocate with her.
Can't know yet.
Abigail, I did message you on IG. That's the only way I got.
Oh, she's crying.
Oh yeah, she knows she is.
Mickey Joe, their verdict is in.
Yeah.
Did y'all see the shirt she was wearing today?
I love that sweatshirt she had.
I love it so much. She on FaceTime?
She may be looking at a picture of Harmony.
I don't know. It looked like somebody was moving in the background.
She's crying.
Mm-hmm. I would too.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
I mean, if I was in that situation, I would be heartbroken.
Facts.
But also, I'd be very emotional that it's finally coming to an end, to a sense. I mean, other senses that, they don't know where she's at, but at least justice is being served. You know what I mean?
Well, when they find him guilty and he don't want to tell where that baby is.
Yeah.
And I never even thought about this, but she probably stays like in the media stuff, keeping up with certain things. Maybe she don't. She's better off not to. But if she does, I wonder if she's heard about Audrey and thinking, "Oh my God,"
Mm-hmm.
But they found her little body. Why can't I find my baby's little body?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Brandy Neal is the same way with her son.
Mm-hmm.
He's missing. They pretty much got their suspects. They just got to pin it down, and they don't know where her son's at, Michael Vaughn. So,
Abigail, I will. Yeah, I don't know when that will be. Usually they'll
give a date.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure with as big as this case has been.
Sometimes they'll turn around and do sentencing right away, but not always. Most
That's
of the
what
time.
I was gonna say. Can we just drag him straight out the medical? Drag him out
and I
and go
wonder
ahead.
if he's going to be there. Is he going to be there right now?
He's not required. New Hampshire does
He's
not require.
He's not required to be there. Nope. Nope.
Yeah, look, you can see it on her phone. She's got a picture of Harmony. I just saw a quick glimpse of it. See?
Mhm.
Oh no, she texted somebody. Well, I'm being all nosy.
I know. We're like, who are you talking to?
Who is that? Who be that?
Y'all stay out that girl's phone. Where's the prosecution?
Abigail, that's the rumor, is that he's in medical pod because of that. So
Margaret's stuck with cold coffee and she don't care. She ain't leaving.
I don't blame you, Margaret.
Abigail,
I'm
I
like
like
Elizabeth. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Well, go pee. Take your phone with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll really drop out. When I drop, what do you think will happen if I? Why y'all laughing?
Go.
It ain't funny.
Hey, you better go right now because prosecution ain't in the courtroom yet. So I'd take the chance to go real fast.
Oh, hey, only being Chris.
Cub.
Did she drop?
Chris. No, I'm here.
She said,
Morgana, you did too. You said
Here.
Oh, no, that's the defense. Never mind.
Yeah, no, that's the defense. Morgana, as you said, I have paused on my grocery list for now.
All right, I'm gonna leave my phone here. I'm gonna mute. I may be going to the bathroom, but
Well, I mean,
I'll be on mute.
you sure about that? Make sure you're on mute. Make sure you got your camera turned off too. I forgive Gam Gam. There was and is a nationwide outage. Nationwide is on your side.
Jenny, I love how you could catch one word, and then bam, it's popped the song in your head.
I did. That's my life. I do that all day, every day. Every single time.
I used to be like that.
Every word makes me think of a song.
I used to be like that.
And I feel like I have to sing it or else I can't. It like grates on me if I can't sing it.
It doesn't do it justice. My whole life is a series of song lyrics. Come on now.
Yep.
But if you don't sing it doesn't
there's
do it
an
justice.
emotional. Yeah, they brought an emotional support doggy in.
They did. I can see it.
Oh, I just got goosebumps.
Oh, that just broke my. Oh,
y'all.
Precious.
They seriously just brought that dog in.
Y'all.
A police dog. Gail says a police dog. I don't know.
I report dog better.
Now prosecution then.
Well, if it were a police
I wasn't in that
dog,
conversation.
Would they allow them to pet them if they're like a working dog? I thought that they're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, you can. No, you can. If they're not actively on a search or something.
Okay. Okay.
We have one named Bane here, and he's fantastic. He has his own Facebook page. We love him.
Oh, that's cute.
He's a big old basset hound. He got them big old basset hound ears.
Oh no, Abigail. For those of you I told yesterday, my coworker who left early yesterday left again.
Oh my goodness.
I wasn't in that discussion, ma'am, so no sympathy from me.
Oh.
Oh? But do you hate it there? Like hate it there, Abigail? Abadoo, you know I love you.
She said, yes, I hate it there, here.
You should hear mine and Abigail's. You guys should hear mine and Abigail's song that we made up about doing our taxes.
Uh-oh. I want to hear this. She just said, I made a song about taxes.
Dang, told me to shut up. I said I love you.
Really good. Here they come. They're standing up.
Okay, I'm muting.
Oh.
Poppy, will you please not vomit in my bed? Okay, I'm muting myself too. Sorry.
Ron? Yeah, he's muted. Did you call for them? Yes. All rise for the jurors, please.
She's like, yeah, I wanted you to bring them in here. Hello. Side note, my child literally thinks that she is blowing the ceiling fan with her mouth. She really thinks that she is literally, her blowing is making the ceiling fan go around and around.
Would the
That's what she
foreperson
thinks.
please rise? Mr. Foreperson, it's the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter.
That's correct.
As to charge ID 1937947C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree assault, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
As to charge ID 2027112C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of second-degree murder, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Yes. And as to charge ID 2027113C, charging the defendant with the crime of falsifying physical evidence, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson?
That is correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And on charge ID 2027114C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of abuse of corpse, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
And on charge ID 2027115C, charging the defendant, Adam Montgomery, with the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You say that he's guilty, Mr. Foreperson.
That's correct.
So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your service. You've performed an important civic duty, and that is as to the alternates as well as all the deliberating jurors. What we're going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the deliberation room. The alternates are going to be able to go back now with you. You can discuss the case with each other. So it's an opportunity for you to do that. I'm going to take a few minutes with the lawyers here, and then I will come in to discuss a couple of other matters with you further, and then you'll be released from your service. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Agree.
Wow.
And I'm with Elizabeth. Now, if they could bring that baby home and lay her to rest, that is completely true. I hope he could just give up and say where she's at.
Yep.
Well, he's a chicken, so he might.
And we lost her. But I think I know where she was going with that. If
All right,
she's
ladies and
if
gentlemen, you may be seated. Counsel, we just need to schedule sentencing. I don't know how much time the parties feel that they need. Will both sides be prepared? Actually, I don't know what the court may not have sufficient time that day. So let me just look. No, I'm actually going to be in trial that day. I have a docket in the morning, but I'm in trial after. It may be that maybe we could just get some time frame. Let me look to the state first about how long do you need to be prepared, and I'll have.
We may need to at least go a little bit of time beyond that. I would say. Sorry, I'm just looking at my calendar as well.
Better not to give me a date. Just tell me about how far out and about how much time you think you'll need.
I think, Your Honor, we're going to need roughly 4 weeks, so somewhere around the last week of March, first week of April.
So sometime after April 1st. I know I'm going into a lengthy trial in April, so we'll see what we can do. About how long a hearing do you feel that you'll need?
Based upon my best estimate, Your Honor, is probably at least half the day, so at least a solid 3 hours. Would be the safest time period to go. When we use less of it, we use less.
Okay, just knowing what the court's docket is, and then I know I have a 3-week trial also in April. It may not be possible to get it in that month, but we'll do it as quickly thereafter as we can, as long as that's sufficient for the defense.
Putting us into May. Certainly plenty of time.
Okay. If there are other constraints, please let the court know. Otherwise, we'll schedule it as the docket permits in sometime after April 1st. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay.
We have jury trials to work around, but.
Okay. All right. I'm not inclined. I know the parties are preparing sentencing memos. I'm not inclined for a PSI unless somebody feels that one would be needed. No. Okay. Very good. Sentencing memos. Any sentencing memos should be in. I would say, given the time frame, if you can sentencing memos in 10 days in advance, that would be helpful to the court. That will give time for the court to consider any information, ample time to consider any information the court needs to consider. Anything else we need to accomplish today?
I think, Your Honor, just from the state's perspective, when we do have the sentencing date, we're getting closer. The state will ask under RSA 651:4-A that the defendant, whether he likes it or not, will have to be transported here for the sentencing pursuant to that statutory authority.
Okay. If you're going to file something, did you say?
File that, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's very clear statute on it. There's case law on it. We will provide that to the court ahead of time and do that in plenty of time so that the defense can respond to that before we get anywhere near that 10-day mark ahead of the hearing.
Okay. Anything else the defense wants to raise?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Wow, that was amazing.
My man again was like, and I'm gonna file a thing because he needs to be here. And I'm like, man, for U.S.
Attorney General.
Attorney General, thank you. I thought I fell out. Sorry.
It's okay.
I thought you
I
were
don't
stuck
think
on
we need-
repeat.
Yeah, just I did. I had to hit the back of my head. My brain stopped.
Sorry.
I think that judge will be like, approved.
Yeah.
Where's
Yeah.
the presser?
Want to wait on a press conference.
Yeah. She's the only one who can approve whether or not he has to be there or not because, yeah. For everything from what I've seen, like it's not required unless the judge states that it's required for New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say earlier. Can y'all hear me? Did I come back?
Yeah. You came back.
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying earlier is that there's not a law that says he has to be, but the judge can order it.
Yeah.
Y'all
Yep.
must be hugging little man. Where little man? Y'all hug little man.
He's right there.
That shit.
I'm ready. I'm ready to hear what they have to say. Oh, Dawn.
Yes.
Honey, do you want to know or do you
Dawn.
want to watch it?
Yeah. Do you want to know or you want to rewind?
They reached a verdict. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. And the flag is back. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna wait and see if they end up using this feed for their press conference or if they start a different one or what. Tell us, Dawn. Do you want us to tell you or do you want to rewind it?
Right.
I'm gonna go over here and refresh the Twitter feed so that I can.
Oh, she said, "Tell me, Don. He was found guilty on all charges.
All counts. Booyah.
Every one of them.
Yep.
Which we assumed he was going to be for the two, but
Bye, Miranda.
Bye, Miranda.
Which, by the way, guilty on the witness tampering, which means
this is
Kayla
the rest
as well. What they going to? Oh,
this is day one of the rest.
Look, yeah,
we need a presser.
Looking.
I wonder if they told Kayla. They were watching it from jail.
Very good possibility she was watching it in jail.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. Bum, bum, bum.
Let's start the video back from the beginning.
Oh, what video? We gonna see video here? This is just the day one opening statements.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid little truck. Are we inside with the BVMs?
Can everybody hear it?
Officer, what are you getting out of your truck? What's happening in that portion of the clip we just watched?
So I arrive on scene, go around to my passenger seat where I keep the shooting trauma kit, hand it to what I believe was one of the volunteer firefighters, and then have some trouble with everything that's locked because it was a new unit and everything. Which wasn't used to pulling it out as fast. And then I go retrieve a BVM kit. It's a bag valve mask for airway purposes. It can help an individual get oxygen.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm still waiting. I'm looking for the
Mhm.
press conference. Hi, hi, hi.
Same. I'm watching for it. I was trying to see. There was something, and then I refreshed and I lost it. Oh.
Hey.
Hi.
Hmm. Good Lord. You pull up a local news and that is the first thing that pulls up on their website.
What is?
That Adam was found guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. They got the buttons ready, man. They're like, yeah, we're going to have 2 versions of this. One for guilty, one for not guilty. That way all we got to do is hit the button.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for a press conference. And they're probably setting it up.
Yeah.
Something
But
happened. Oh, sorry.
for what?
In the Michelle Troconis trial, they're
Mm.
going crazy. Apparently, the prosecution did something, and the judge shut them down and got upset
Mm.
and went to a recess. But I don't know. I didn't know what.
Sounds about right. There always something going on in that trial.
Oh, here.
Did you find one?
Yep.
You found the presser?
Yep.
Good job, great googly moogly.
It's on Facebook, but it's there.
That's all right. I don't care.
Oh, are you not going to let me do this? Hold on.
I got to catch up on all these trials, y'all.
You're telling me. It's
What?
like, man, there's just back to back to back to back to back. And can
Facts.
we please do something not child related next?
Facts.
Now,
I
I
think we
mean, if
need
Lisa
to.
Snyder case is coming up, trial, then I'm going to cover that because I'm going to. But I still keep seeing cancel on her
Mhm.
trial on the
Yeah.
docket. So I don't know what I've got the DA's telephone number. I'm thinking I might call and find out what's going
Right?
on.
Like, what is the malfunction?
You got it?
Got what, honey?
The link to the presser.
No, do you have it?
Discord.
Oh, okay. Let me run over there. Baby,
Research.
come back.
The research channel, research and development.
Panel chat. I don't know what to call it. The research
We're
team.
not there yet. We're not there yet. We're
Research
working
and
on it.
development. I don't know.
If we could stay off the thing, we could get on there long enough to set it all up.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's going on. Hold on. Here we go.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Let me mute myself so it don't echo.
Oh, same.
Massachusetts State Police dive team, Revere assistance from the Maine State Police, also from Maine Fish and Game. Our federal partners, Billy Tufts and everybody over there at the U.S. Marshal Service, as well as the United States Attorney's Office here for the state of New Hampshire. You also had a tremendous amount of work by the FBI, the search of 644 Union Street, and other work there. If you want to talk about outside coalitions, not only those other departments, but the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which does this work, not only on this case, but every missing adult and child that they can help out every day. You're also talking about some outside agencies like New England Canine Search and Rescue, who volunteered their dogs to be able to help search on several different places. That is a community response. It's a national response. And it could not be more appreciated in a moment like right now.
We just heard some of these mother, you may have addressed this already, but he still hopes to find harmony. Where does this mean the end of the search for harmony? What?
Excellent question. And the answer is it does not. One of the things that we could not state before, but we can more clearly state now after the verdict, is during trial, people heard the last place that Adam Montgomery had driven that U-Haul to. And I have some specifics on that. I'm hoping people are paying attention. He had that U-Haul between March 3rd into March 4th in 2020. He drove 133 miles. We heard about that on that U-Haul. But tracking back the 2.3 miles back and forth, 3.2 from the rental, that left him with roughly a 106-mile road trip all the way down, at least through the Tobin bridge tolls, we know, northbound, southbound, northbound again through those tolls, and then back to Manchester. That only left him with 26 miles of driving that he could have done between where he was at the Econo Lodge in Manchester and going through the Tobin those 3 times. What that means is, and we know that he went through no New Hampshire tolls. So what that means is that she is somewhere along that route. And you heard about the searches that had been done, specifically in the Rumney Marsh Reservation in Revere, around the Sales Creek area, the Chelsea Creek area, behind North Shore Road. Revere Police, Mass State Police have been relentless in searching those areas with the Manchester Police Department. These ladies and gentlemen drove down and worked with them hand in hand. Those are still our big areas of search and our big areas that we're hoping that somebody sees something. Everybody who might have seen the trial also would have seen the CMC bag. And there was a demonstrative that was used during trial. It was the exact same type bag. It had light tan, it was canvas, had dark colored straps, and had a CMC logo in the middle. That was positively identified by multiple witnesses as the bag that Adam Montgomery had the last night that he had that bag and the U-Haul. So that bag went somewhere along that route and somewhere within no more than 26 miles off of that route down and back to Revere. Also at this trial, what was pointed out was the fact that Adam Montgomery was from the Revere area. He would know it very well. That is still a high area of interest. And we are still asking for anybody now who has heard this information, who's seen this information, if you see this bag, if you hear about this bag, if you walk in one of these areas, you take the dog out for a walk, if you see anything like that that seems to be disturbed, so please let us know. You heard also at trial that Harmony's body was bagged up several times inside of that CMC bag. There's a high likelihood that there may still be parts of her that we can recover, part of her body, pardon me just for a second, part of her body that we can recover. We're really hoping that we can do that. We really hope that she can get the burial that she deserves, that everybody deserves.
Do you think that he'll ever cooperate with you and your investigators and leave you the body at any point? Do you have hope for that?
I don't know that I can speculate with regards to what Adam Montgomery thinks, the choices that he's made between when he did this, the choice to do what he did, and then the choices he's made since then. I can't speculate on what choice he may make in the future about whether or not to say where she is, but he knows where she is.
Ben, what's the message to anyone who thinks they can dispose of a body, get away with murder?
With regards to that, if anybody who thinks that they can do that, certainly we have cases every day where individuals do things like that. They try to falsify physical evidence, and the work of law enforcement has been tireless to find out who they are, track them down, and hold them accountable. Go ahead. Hold on just a second. She got you first. Under RSA 651:4-A, and I know that's a mouthful, but underneath that particular statute, it says that a defendant shall be brought forward for a statement from a victim in a crime involving a homicide and needs to be here for sentencing unless otherwise excused by the court. That's the statute. As you may have heard in the courtroom, we will be filing with the court and asking the court to enforce that RSA so that he is present for sentencing.
Man, this was a tough case. The victim has never been found. So it's probably the murder without a body. And your star witness was somebody who had credibility issues. Yet it only took the jury about 7 hours to come back with a guilty verdict on all counts. Do you have any thoughts on how that all came together? That's not an easy thing to do.
Well, I obviously don't know what the deliberations were back in the jury. That is sacrosanct with the jury. It's something that neither the court nor the parties will ever ask about. That's their decision-making of how they went forward. But one of the things you saw at trial was the tremendous amount of corroboration here. So it wasn't just one person and their say-so, even though that person's say-so could have been enough to simply find it guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There were so many other parts to this, so many other witnesses that did come forward that corroborated different parts of the story that had been told. So I think taking the whole into account is something that every jury does, and certainly I would imagine that that's what this jury did too.
What sense did you get from these brothers? Do you think they got it? I mean, I would say you guilty verdict of talking to them. Was there a sense that this was going to end up this way?
I don't know that I had any more sense than anyone else in terms of usually when giving a closing argument, certainly that's something where I'm focused more on making sure that I'm telling and recounting what happened truthfully and accurately to the jury. You folks would be in a better position than I would to be able to read the jury and try to interpret how they were received.
How about in terms of not showing up? How did that impact the fight?
Well, the jury was specifically instructed. They could not take that into account. They could not even discuss that during deliberation. So we imagine that the jury followed the judge's instructions and that was not taken into account. That is his choice. If he chooses to not be here for trial, then that's what he would like, and that's what he gets.
Are you looking forward to seeing him at sentencing? I mean, he's been working on this case for some time.
The only thing I can respond to that is at the last sentencing that occurred, which was last year, he stated that he did not kill his daughter and that he looked forward to the trial. We look very much forward to sentencing.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Sure, Chief Ellenberg.
In some of those early press conferences, you were very emotional talking about this. A little on your feelings today.
Yeah, I want to thank the team. I didn't do anything in this. Detective Max Rahill, Jack Dunleavy, Captain Layton, Captain Marshall, where I am. I know you're back there somewhere. And many others back in the room, Jesse O'Neill, Lyons, and these two gentlemen here. State of New Hampshire is lucky to have people like Attorney Agati and Attorney Knowles going after justice for victims. It's been an emotional way. I'll leave it at that.
What was it like for you to hear, you made sure you were here during the trial, and you also hear the jury deliver that verdict guilty. What was it like when you heard that verdict guilty?
Feel good for the team, honestly. Dedicated. Sorry. Still got to find them. And we're been articulated that well. If anybody, please, this girl deserves better than the life that she had. And at least this team, I'm thankful to the media as well, who kept Harmony's story out there. Bob, I know you did, Amy, many others. And you did it respectfully. You did it with dignity. So we appreciate that. And I just, there's never a good day with these things. This isn't about winning or losing. This is about a 5-year-old girl that was murdered by her father. And I can think of no worse crime. And I'm looking forward, and I know they are, to seeing him in sentencing.
Chief, I noticed Harmony's mother gave you a handshake after everything. What did that mean?
Just a simple gesture, thank you. I mean, what do you say? You know, mother lost her daughter. It's tough.
You know, she felt like she couldn't get anybody's attention. She kept sounding the alarm, and it wasn't until she got to Manchester PD that somebody listened.
Yeah, and Jack Dunleavy right there, he's the one that listened. And went to Lieutenant LaRochelle at the time, and went to Captain Layton, and we listened. And a couple other people at the back of the room, and many over there. We listened, and you know, I got to be careful, but you know, there's been some failures here, and those failures were not on the part of the Manchester Police Department. I will stand by that till the end of my career and beyond. I still firmly believe that some people in some other agencies need to be held accountable, and I'm asking for that. This little 5-year-old girl, she deserves somebody to be held accountable that failed along the way, because we wouldn't be standing here today if other people had done their job. And if that hurts feelings, Ben's looking at me, I'm getting the look.
There's only one person I hold accountable, Chief, but that's all right. We just found him guilty.
Yes, sir.
Chief, you mean the state of Massachusetts and the state of New Hampshire?
Yeah, I do. All right, being honest with you. Will that ever happen? I don't know. But the man ultimately who is responsible for this act has been found guilty of a brutal murder.
But Chief, I'm assuming your message there is a child shouldn't be able to go unseen for 2 years without anybody taking notice.
Blows my mind.
You're on the pulse of the city. What's the temperature of the community out there right now?
I haven't been outside the building yet. I got to imagine as a community, greater Manchester area, the state of New Hampshire, probably feels pretty good right now that we collectively as a state did our part on behalf of Harmony. And, you know, wherever she is right now, maybe she, you know, feels it and feels what we're able to get done because of this team here. And Amy is the advocates. They're here somewhere. Ladies, all right. Didn't want to forget you guys.
And the people listening at home, there's a tip line still open.
There is a tip line will remain open. Don't ask me the number off the top of my head right now because I got a lot going on. But the tip line is open. That's out there publicly available on our website and many other places. So yes, to the attorney Agati's point, somebody's got to, I'm still convinced somebody's out there knows something a little bit more about where she may be perhaps. And when the weather starts to break and people start getting out and walking around in areas that they normally wouldn't in the winter, maybe they keep a little extra eye open, right? And maybe we catch a break.
When you say expected to be sentenced?
I'm not saying, I think I got that answer. With regards to the sentencing on that, I expect that sentencing will probably be somewhere around, it could potentially be either just before the beginning of April, end of March, or it could be into May. It could take some time. It's all up to the court schedule on that. And it also, there needs to be adequate time. So we're estimating it's probably going to be at least a couple of hours, probably 2 or 3 hours for sentencing to take place. That's all on the court schedule, and we'll abide whatever the court says.
Can you offer us a range? Yeah.
Maximum minimum. So, all right. So I've got to go through all the charges. For those of you unfamiliar with New Hampshire, when you get a felony sentence, you get 2 numbers. There's a minimum number and there's a maximum number. The minimum number can be no more than half of what the maximum number is. Essentially, your minimum number is the amount of time that you will spend there, and that when you hit your minimum number, you are then eligible for parole. You may or you may not make parole, and then you stay on parole all the way up until your maximum number if you make it. So that's under the power of the Department of Corrections. Essentially, for the crime of abuse of a corpse, that is a Class A misdemeanor in New Hampshire, and that is punishable by a maximum of 12 months in the County House of Corrections. With regards to the second-degree assault, as well as the falsifying physical evidence, and the witness tampering. Each one of those are Class B felonies. Maximum punishable is up to 3.5 to 7 years in the state prison, plus a $5,000 fine and 5 years probation. With regards to the charge of second-degree murder, the murder there is anything up to life with the possibility of parole. However, here, Harmony was under the age of 13, which means under the operation of RSA 651:6, the minimum that the court should impose is 35 to life. Those sentences, whatever the court chooses to impose, they could be concurrent or consecutive with one another, but they must be consecutive to career criminal charges that he was sentenced with last year, which means that whatever the court gives for sentencing from today's convictions will be consecutive to the 33.5 to 67-year sentence he got last year for the 2 armed career criminal charges.
Fair to say he's never getting out if we wanted to shorthand it?
It's a lot of time. And I hope I'm not practicing at the time that minimum date ever comes around.
And the intercom kind of interrupted you. We were talking about how it's possible that we could still find Harmony because of the way she may have been wrapped up.
That's possible.
And I'd also like to ask you, in your closing, you talked about how she was robbed of her dignity and peace and a tombstone to go over her head, which was battered by.
Correct.
So put that all together for me. Why is it so important that we still remember and find Harmony, even though her father is now convicted on all counts?
It's important that we find her for dignity, for respect for another human being. It's not about a feather in the cap. And none of these people here, none of all those agencies that I listed, it's not about a feather in the cap to say that we found her. It's about, this is what she deserves. That's what you deserve. That's what I deserve. Everybody has that level of dignity that they should be afforded. And Harmony is just like anybody else. She deserves to have that too. And so the search is going to continue for her until we're able to find her.
Can we ask Dunleavy a question?
Sure, we can.
At the mic?
Come on, Jack.
Your name was invoked over and over again as the lead on this investigation. Just give us a sense of it.
Overwhelming. Got about 10 years on the job right now, and I never in my wildest dreams that a case like this would be something that I'd be assigned to. But I credit the people that I work with for gaining the experience I did to come to a great resolution today. I have great bosses. I have a great partner. I couldn't have done it without Max. He's become one of my best friends. Obviously, today is a great win, but it still feels like it's not complete. Didn't find her. I'm going to be on the job for some time. I still have about 15 years left. And as long as I'm a police officer, I'm going to continue to look for her.
Was there something that you recall in your first conversation with Crystal Story that made you say?
I just listened. Where other people might not have, I chose to listen to her and gather all the facts and try to understand the whole picture. Mr. Montgomery, I had actually met him before in a time of need, so I was able to try to establish some rapport with him when I first met him. I had no dealings with Mrs. Story prior to that, but I'm glad that she can come to me as a resource from here on out if she ever needs anything.
Can you take us inside that room when Kayla was actually walking through what happened and how that child was moved around? Could you believe what you were hearing?
It's really tough. You can imagine for all this time we were trying to imagine in our minds what had happened and try to put the pieces together. But I don't know if any of us in that room could have imagined that was the details that would have emerged when it was all said and done. But obviously, it's got us going. In the case, we started collecting the necessary information we needed to, and now this is where we are today.
Was it hard to talk to her and get information out of her, or did she just kind of offer it up?
Of course, it's difficult to hear details like that, especially to a person like myself who deals with only cases where kids are physically and sexually abused. But I have a job to do. I can't let my emotions get in the way. So although it was difficult, I'm not going to lie. Of course, it was difficult. Anybody would have been hard pressed.
Was it difficult to get answers out of her because wasn't she on drugs?
Was it hard to get answers out of her? Again, I can't speak to that. We had a scheduled meeting with her, and the questions that were asked were what were asked, and the responses were true.
Can I follow up on that just for a quick
Sure.
second? I think going to your question, I think one of the important things to also recall is that she came and testified. So she had to be there for hours of cross-examination, several hours of direct examination, so that her recount of what had occurred had to be looked at and tested in front of the jury. And that's in fact what happened. So I think that, yes, there are certainly different statements that all witnesses make in different cases at different times. But the question is, do they then come forward? Do they then get up on that stand? And then can people individually look at them and be able to assign, okay, now that I'm hearing this, what do I believe to be true? And the jury's verdicts today certainly go ahead and reflect what this jury believed to be true at the end with regards to the defendant's culpability.
And were you concerned that you were going to lose her testimony with the defense motions, and would that be a different outcome?
Concerned whether or not lose her testimony. With regards to the motions, I think we certainly rest on our pleadings, and the court certainly considered that in making the court's ruling. With regards to the outcome, we are here to try to make sure that the full truth is presented in front of the jury, regardless of what the outcome is. Prosecutors in this state do not get paid more, whether you find get guilty or not guilty. In fact, we're sworn not to. We're sworn to seek justice, whatever that may be. I can tell you, even myself, one time I was in, it didn't happen to be a homicide case, but it was another case when we realized that the co-defendant could not have done it. We dismissed that charge in the middle of trial because that's not the prosecutor's job. The prosecutor's job is to seek justice, whatever it is. So whether or not what that meant for the verdict here on testimony, that was not a concern.
Chief, with the guilty verdict today, do you have a message to the defendant, Adam Montgomery, after everything that he's put this community through, everything your department has gone through over the past weeks and months and years?
And keep in mind, Chief, there are other things, of course, that are still going, but I'll go ahead.
Yeah, I better leave that one alone. What I hope for, honestly, is maybe, he's certainly probably aware of the verdict by now, and maybe within him is a small shred of decency that causes him to maybe let us know where Harmony is, because he knows. So maybe somewhere in that soul or whatever's going on there, maybe he has a shred of decency that let's do the right thing.
And how are you doing today?
I'm good. We're good. MPD is a resilient police department, and yes, this is a major case. Probably in everybody's career up here, never seen anything like this, and hopefully never see it like this again. But we'll push through, and we got a job to do, and we got to get on to other matters. All these, Jack's got a caseload, Mac's got a caseload. This isn't the only case they got. So it's a good day.
Attorney Knowles, your reaction?
Obviously happy with the verdict, as Attorney Agati mentioned, and looking forward to some rest and relaxation.
I think one of the things with regards to Attorney Knowles is certainly is Attorney Knowles and I are only two parts of the trial team. We could not do this without the incredible work of the victim advocates on this particular case, who are assigned, they're actually standing behind you, and in making sure that the victim's family understands what's going on, to make sure that they're informed and that witnesses are organized, and also to make sure that the communication still flows freely, that they understand what's going on with the court process. And some of the other work also from the Attorney General's office is certainly, we have an amazing group of administrative assistants and paralegals who we work with every day that help get us ready for trial, help us be able to present the information, and an incredible amount of work by some of the attorneys that formerly were on this case
And I'm referring specifically to attorney Heather Shinisky and also Shay Roberts, but none more so than former Assistant Attorney General Jesse O'Neill, who now happens to work in a different line of work, still doing a great job representing clients, but the amount of work that he put forward on this case, again, was a lion, just like the rest of the officers here. So
just have to ask, is being soft-spoken a technique? What is that?
I don't know if I've got a good answer for that one.
Both of you.
Got a good answer for that one. Yeah. My family's very loud, so I tend to lower my voice a little bit. But anyway, we've got to go grab and do some other stuff. So I hope we answered everybody's questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
That was good. That was really, really good.
Yeah, it was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if defense is gonna, or if they have. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah,
oh,
guess not.
That one's ended. I probably wouldn't either if I were you, Elaine.
Mm. Nope. Nope.
Oh, well.
So,
well,
that's that.
Where did QB go again?
I don't know. She dropped down again.
I put her back up, and then she's gone again.
I know.
Before I even made it back. You guys, it has been a day. It has been a day. It has been a day. And I'm not even going to lie. I'm ready to call it a day.
Yeah. I feel like I need a little nappy nap before I go get the kiddo.
I know, right?
Yep.
It's kind of what I'm thinking too. It's been, I think waiting all that time, waiting, and the stress, I mean, just the little bit of stress that we feel. I can't imagine the stress that the family's under, right?
Oh, I know. Could you imagine? Like Crystal, I could not even imagine being in her shoes.
No.
I know. Could not even imagine.
Right, or Elizabeth says, I feel like I can breathe now. Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a sad day because, it's an awesome day, but it's a sad day.
But you know what? I was glad to hear from those detectives and law officials that they are still, to this day, still trying to find Harmony. Yeah. I loved hearing that.
Yeah, me too. And that dude, what did they say his name was?
I don't remember, but he was a youngin' when he started, and he said, I got 10, 15 years left being a police officer, and I won't keep looking.
Right. Yeah, that made me feel good too, because I'm thinking, they have, I'm sure in everybody's lifetime or career lifetime, and that's Dunleavy. That's it. Thank you. Hey, Chaloon. Yes. Hey, Chaloon. Let him rot in jail.
Oh, he's definitely getting out. And it's like the prosecuting attorney said, he's got a lot of time.
Yeah.
He's already facing a lot of time. And then that second-degree murder charge, yeah. 35 to life, being that she was under the age of 10.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Brenda said, JV's mama, I want to apologize. I couldn't see your name. I thought you were Morgana.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that. And they do. You know what? I'm very thankful for JB and QB and Steph and Morgana and everybody else that comes in and hangs out with us. You guys are what makes it amazing too. But I'm thankful for them that come and hang out with me all the time up here. And I'm telling you, I feel like I'm an octopus, and you guys are like all of my little, like, JB's like, I'm going over here and grabbing this. QB's like, I'm going over here and grabbing this. And, it's like everybody's grabbing stuff. And
we all work together to try to help you with your show here. We enjoy it. We love you. So we might as well We'll be in a part of it too.
Well, I appreciate it. You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
And I thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. I know personally, I want to say thank you for letting me be a part of it. So, like I said, I used to be a lurker and worker, and now I'm. Look at me, my power.
Yeah. Well, thank
So,
you. That makes me feel good.
yeah.
Well,
Alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and hop down so you can hop down and do your thing. So I'm gonna take me a nap, y'all. I is tired.
yeah, I think I'm gonna have to too. After the thing I found that Jolie got into a while ago, I might as well because I can't diamond paint. I'll just say that much right now.
Oh
You won't
no.
believe this girl is the queen of getting into my drills. You would not believe. And she won't even come around the corner and look at me right now. She knows she's in trouble. You better get your little fairy
Oh
cute hind end out
no.
of here because mama's mad at you. Yeah, I am. Mm.
Mm. Oh no.
Tentacles on the run.
Yep.
Oh, Melinda. She- oh, you guys think she's so cute. She is so cute, right? She's lucky she's so cute. I'll say that much.
All right. I'm gonna hop down, Jenny.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
JB.
Bye, everybody in chat.
Go get you a nap.
Yes.
Yeah. So I had all of my drills for the diamond painting that I'm working on right now, which is a big one. It's a big one. And it's a Romy Lerda from Dreamer Designs. And I went in there just to grab something, and she had gotten my little suitcase container that I keep, the little suitcase storage thing that I had a bunch of Elizabeth Ward containers in. And I do that because it's, kind of, those are not easy to get into. Well, you can't tell me that this child can't get into Elizabeth Ward's. Let me just say that, because she did. And she dumped the vast majority of them out into the little suitcase container and was playing. And yeah, there's no separating that. Yeah, there's no separating this. I'm going to have to buy all new drills for this canvas. That's all there is to it. So, but anyway, I forgot that don't they have the guarantee? I might have to use that. I don't know. Oh, for the love of God. My child, my child, my child. Send them to Abigail. I know, right? All right. Melinda's like, I don't have anybody to spill my drills. I managed to do it all by myself. Oh, she was having her a good time. I know, up to 8 bags, and then I have to pay for the rest. I know it. Oh, well. Well, you guys, thanks for hanging out with us today. At least Sweet Harmony got some justice today, and that's all we can ask for, right? Except for hopefully finding her and laying her to rest. That's what's next on the list. So, okay, Sherry. Oh, I can't do it because I don't have the mod. I'm not a mod over there, but I know she's been sick, so but I'll figure something out, find out and let her know. All right, you guys, thumbs up, and I will see you in the morning. I don't know what time in the morning. I might come in a little bit late. We'll have to see what's going on. I may need to do a poll or something and find out what you guys want to trial cover next. So But if I don't see you tonight, then I will see you in the morning. All right. You guys have a great night. Bye.